Carolyn.
She is 4 months tomorrow.
This is your first meeting, baby Carolyn. Do you have like a tiny hat for her?
You know,
Do we have-
do have the onesies in the baby.
Hey, I had a onesie. We have pictures of her in the onesie actually from James.
Oh my
Ah.
gosh.
So you just have to share with
Yeah,
Yeah, by the
him.
time we got it from him, he was like 9 months old.
You guys are having your whole family come to the meeting?
Yeah, I'm doing the presentation.
Oh my God, I love that you brought your whole family to the meeting. What's your name? I'm Melissa.
Holly,
Holly, it's nice to meet you.
it's good to meet you guys. And
That's awesome that you guys are here.
obviously with that one.
That's awesome that you guys are here. Thank you for humoring me, like calling out the baby when I didn't know.
You need baby hugs or anything, let me.
I mean, sometimes I need like a huff of a baby, like a good baby smell.
You know, I have a lot of people.
No, it's been a long time. I mean, you guys can judge, but if you were. Daddy does, yeah.
Little fat feet, little tiny toes.
Baby toes. I like baby folds, like when their arms have folds.
We have something going on the 15th. Wednesday, the 15th. For some reason, I got down city commission meeting.
Weird.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to get on locked on this.
You had with another city.
Oh, no.
You're like, okay, Melissa, we can.
Are you gonna give me a baby? No.
Maybe.
Free of charge.
You wanna be at the meeting? Say the meeting can wait. I'm so cute.
Oh gosh, I love her little outfit.
Are you so cute?
Yeah.
Say order in the court. Do you want the gavel? So you can slam it. Say
Please no,
order in
please.
the court. Order in the court.
You don't want to be up here.
Look at how darker hair.
No, you wanna be up here. You wanna be,
He's a camera.
you wanna be a city manager when you grow up? You're so cute. If you're tiny, no. How strong you are. You super baby.
How are you?
Oh, like, mama, you done? Of course.
You done here?
Yeah, she's done here.
Oh, he says in October.
Yeah.
She's 11.
People can be unkind.
She says.
Going around.
No, that's,
But,
that's.
but not in
right.
public works. It's
Okay.
my favorite department. So I can't see her too
My first load of firewood last week, burned it this weekend. It was awesome. Loved it.
Me too.
Hey, how are you?
What'd you say?
She's got ruffles on her butt.
She's got cute head.
Yeah, she does. She's got a lot of hair. right
Okay.
there.
You
So I
wanna,
have a lot.
do you wanna run the meeting? I bet Quentin will let you say,
Sure.
Quentin, can I run the meeting tonight?
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe people will be really nice if they see a baby.
Halloween outfit. huh?
Yeah.
Cool.
People can get mad at a Halloween baby.
Very
I'm
spooky.
gonna be bingo.
I'm gonna be cute.
Yeah.
Since my brother's gonna be Bluey,
Oh.
mom and dad are gonna be Chili and Bandit.
Okay.
Hi, baby.
Oh, time for mom.
You see your cute baby.
Once she settles down.
Did you? How's it going? Well, how are you, sir?
She's officially the best baby of the meeting.
Yeah.
Quentin will proclaim it.
Good.
Okay, I'm gonna let Tori in.
Yeah, oh, yeah, sure.
Will you let me in too?
Got a lot of. You know, and it's just inspiring. Can be very exhausting.
I'm just gonna send some emails out from here.
Yeah, no, hey, please, put everything you do there.
When do I?
Do you wanna, is he single?
I'm not gonna miss this, but
The more the merrier. Go down. This is.
Brothers. Oh, I'm
you
always
can,
your dad.
you can say it's Carolyn. It's the best baby.
If somebody commented on my page,
Carolyn?
it's not that, oh, it was so hard.
Carolyn, the new public works
I'm sorry, I'm.
team member is the best baby of the. And then the gentle gavel for her. Let's do a gentle. If you don't mind.
Got a mini split behind him.
I went in shorts. Chair.
You can pass the gavel to you.
No, you're the chair. You have to do it. We voted you in as chair so that you could
Do another proclamation.
kiss the babies and say that they're the bestest of women.
Oh, no, I can't say that.
Yes, you can. Nobody's gonna fight you. To say the baby's the best. I like a baby at a meeting.
The best baby at this meeting.
Yeah, the best baby at a meeting. I'm excited about this, you guys.
You know, when you're
This is
ready, Grant.
two of the best topics we could have. Are you excited?
Yeah.
Wish we had cupcakes. Yeah.
Don't pay, otherwise that would
It's the only
have.
reason I ever would do is chairs. I thought you'd bring cupcakes more.
This one, yeah,
I know.
my mom passed last year.
No, I saw a village.
Can we resend the vote?
I tapped in the all the papers online.
What the problem?
Not in Montana, my uncle. passed
Depends on the
away.
The thrill is over.
How long did it last?
One meeting.
Not super thrilling, is it?
Yeah.
I thought of you right away.
That's why it's
when I
good when
clicked
you
on it. No, I don't remember. But it wasn't.
There's a village family that lives in Kalispell that I don't think is related, but I don't know.
They had your daughters. Yeah,
Sorry, I never mentioned that.
that would be the Kalispell Daily. I don't remember. I just usually do 4 minutes.
I understand.
But I saw that. name.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I can take it. If you can dish it out, you should be able to
No,
take
last
it.
year,
It's a woman, yeah.
last year.
Still around.
Sounds great.
She's got. I wondered, I heard that, I think it's yesterday, I ate out for lunch there because they had ribs. And my brother John was there, I haven't seen him for years. And.
You guys ready? Good evening. This meeting of the Livingston City Commission comes to order. Roll call, please.
Chair Schwartz,
Present.
Vice Chair Newts,
Here.
Commissioner Kale,
Here,
Commissioner Willich,
Here.
you have quorum.
Commissioner Lyons.
Oh, Commissioner.
Oh, and sorry,
Sorry.
Commissioner Lyons. Oh,
Here.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, first order of business is public comment. Just be reminded that you can make public comments on anything on the consent items during this time as well, if there's any you want to pull and talk about. Otherwise, we will take public comment on the rest of the agenda. And you have 4 minutes.
Good evening, Commission. Leslie Feigl, the Livingston Area Chamber of Commerce. Under consent items, consent item E, I do have questions on, so I was hoping that that could be something that we could discuss, or I can actually bring it up now.
Now's a good time.
Now's a good time? Okay, so under the second reasons for recommendation to move forward with the engineering program for 2026-27, that has a closure of the Second Street from Lewis Street to Clark Street. And I guess my concerns are going to be the parade. This is going to be one of the largest parades we've ever had probably in this town. It's going to be celebrating America's 250th. And that concerns me. If I was looking at the pictures under this TDH report that shows actually the 4th, 5th page, it shows a closure of Second Street, and then there is yellow, which is marked 2627. Excuse me, right here on the color chart. Under 26, this one, so the 2 more pages there. And it has yellow, so that would be really affecting the parade for this year. So that would be one of them, to be able to have that discussion. And then number 2, I've done a little bit of research on the bulb outs. And being that that is a very large topic of conversation, a lot of the bulb outs, let's see, across the United States, Miami Beach, 41 streets, bulb outs are being removed. That's in a community of 82,000 people. Redwood City, 84,000 people removing the bulb outs. Vail, Colorado, that is only a community of 4,800 people, and they're removing the bulb outs. Clarkston, Missouri, that's 974 people, that really didn't have a say, and it was a new commission there, and the city manager at that time in that town heard about these reports about making a more walkable community in a town of 974 people, and they're taking theirs out because that did not work in their little community as well. So I think that you know, as much as I've heard from our local businesses in the downtown area as well as community members, that more research into the bulb outs before they go up. And my big concern is going to be the parade. If the bulb outs are up, the parade's not going to be able to make any of the turns that are required, going up Second Street, across Calendar, and back down Main Street with the condensed location. Well, I mean, we already put the chalk lines, but you know, so that's a major concern, and I'm hoping that this is going to be a part of a larger conversation. And again, just wanting to say, where's the clock?
Minute 13, I'm sorry.
So the last part of it is that today we're going to be hearing from the city staff on the growth policy updates, where we are so far. And does that allow, even though it's under an action item, for public comments? If it's only a update? That would be a question.
We can talk about it when we get to that agenda item
Yeah.
if you want.
So it will allow for public comment under an action item?
Yeah.
Just like everything else. Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commission. This is my first time to do this, so I'm excited to be here. My name is Linda Tang, and I'm at 1327 West Montana. Put that in here. And I have for you our petitions. This is for each for each of the commissioners. So, and one for you, Mr. Gager. Thank you. And so I'm representing a group of concerned community members that we've reached out to, that have reached out to us, in fact. Tonight, we're submitting the petitions by the city of Livingston and Park County citizens who utilize and share, walk, run, bike, play, and enjoy our parks throughout the city of Livingston and the community. Tonight, we're turning in, there's 240 signatures that you have, and we still have petitions out that haven't come in yet. So 240 plus from city and county residents, and we're not done yet. We're going to get more. People have the petitions. The reason for the petition is basically down to 3 categories: to make sure all citizens are aware of the park's master plan created by the city staff and Stockwell engineers that will be up for both by the commission for changes. Number 2, the survey that the city had out to the public, we found was not adequate, as the questions and survey points were sometimes repetitious and not all questions were included, and basically it wasn't user-friendly. This was brought to the attention of city staff and city commission on numerous occasions. Even when printed out, questions were missing. One major issue was the demographic group of seniors and non-smartphone users, when this was one of 2 ways you could complete the survey. We are still finding citizens that had to go to the Park County Library or Chamber and other locations to get computer assistance. We, the undersigned in the petitions, are asking to hold the vote until the first quarter of 2026 to allow for all citizens to have a say on the Parks and Trails Master Plan for 2026 and going into the future for everyone, for all. The rich history and aspects of historic registry locations in our parks need to be protected for generations to come, and the undersigned agree. We hope the city staff and commission will be more open to transparency of future changes. We will be bringing forth the remaining pages of signatures at the commission meeting set for the Parks and Trails Master Plan vote, and I believe that's the 21st. And in closing, I'd like to say, I heard it said, I'm thinking about trees coming down in our parks. Once someone said, today, someone is sitting in the shade because a long time ago, someone planted trees. And we want to thank Warren McGee for that. So thank you for hearing us. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Linda.
Lindy Gibson, 304 South Second. Your favorite person that loves to punish everybody. Anyway, I only have two issues today. The bulb outs downtown. I saw a diagram on the internet that it makes the traffic lane 22 feet wide instead of 66. Livingston goes from, the downtown goes from Park to Clark, which is 3 blocks. And it goes 1 block wide, Second and Main. And I just really don't think we need bulb outs. They're just, Livingston has become a destination in the past 20 years. You can go almost any time at night and people are walking around, tourists, they love Livingston. And the more simple we can keep it without making it complicated. I don't know of anybody that's been run over and killed or hurt, or I don't know the safety issues involved, but that doesn't mean I know everything. But if we can just keep downtown simple, as with our city parks, people just love downtown. We put in 2 bulb outs over by the library before Mitchell became the director over there, and those were a mistake. I just came from the Ebert Apartments and counted the mailboxes. 39 mailboxes. There's 39 residents across the street, and the bulb outs took out 2, 4, 6, 8 parking spaces, and downtown is already, they're already stressed. People will park far away, and stress is a silent thing and it's invisible unless somebody speaks up. But those never should have gone in, and it's not anybody's fault, but it was the wrong decision. Somebody just didn't analyze taking out, putting in bulb outs, what it would do to that intersection when you've got 39 units of housing, rental housing in the Napoleon Ebert building. Anyway, secondly, I read in the police blotter this last week that a 38-year-old woman from out of town was fined for sleeping in her car, camping in her car. And we need to remember that not everybody has a place to live. As I understand it, when I'm in touch with the HRDC, there's 20 people homeless currently, and not all of them have cars. They're sleeping in the dugouts at the park. They're sleeping in the entryway at the post office. One night I did my laundry and a gal was putting her sleeping bag under the table at the laundromat. We don't have Bozeman's income, so we don't have a 365-day-a-year homeless shelter. And if you would please consider doing away with that city ordinance that somebody sleeping in their car should not be fined. That broke my heart. It broke my heart. Except for the grace of God, it could have been me on my single limited Social Security. But if you would please reconsider that ordinance and do away with it. I know of other people that live in their cars. I'm not going to name names or anything, but even those panel trucks, there's a navy blue one, there's a white one, and those men, they're single men, and they are living in their vehicles. Not that they don't have a job, not that they're lazy, have drugs, alcohol, prostitution going on. There is a housing crunch here. I went to the food giveaway room at Loaves and Fishes, and I was visiting with a gal that works full-time. She's single. She works at the Frontier Home. She says, well, they just raised my rent. If they raise it once more, I'm going to be homeless.
And we've got to keep the low income people in mind and the people that are less fortunate that can't afford to rent or or purchase a home. So please keep that ordinance in mind and take it out. And yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, those two things, very important. They sound small, but. Mhm.
My name is Barbara Britt and I live at, I guess I gotta sign in, I live at 919 West Crawford. Linda said that she made one mistake. She said she was turning in 240 of the pages, signatures, and it was 420, I believe. So I wanted to talk about the Parks Master Plan and a few things that I felt might be interesting to correct or look at least. When the city graciously printed me some so I could take them around to people that, maybe wouldn't have access to it and stuff. Well, it was 41 pages long. And part of that was it was repeated. Every question almost was repeated. And so when you go to take it online, it was a little harder to take for this older set of us. So I believe every set of questions was repeated in print and when taken online. Was it easy to take online? Not for anyone with poor eyesight. I had friends who didn't get to take it because I ran out of time just taking it myself and trying to help a few of them. So I want to talk about the parking lot next to the gazebo. It says it's 51 parking spots. And the plans show, it looks real neat on the plans. Nice and compact and all that. A parking lot of 51 spaces will be 100 feet wide, and I might be off a little here. It'll be 160 to 180 feet deep. 100 feet wide includes 4 city lots. And I went around town measuring several parking lots. 160 to 180 feet deep with that loop will be almost 2/3 of a block into the park. It's not a small parking lot. The parking lot in front of Town and Country, who maybe is not figured quite the same, but it has 45 cars. So that gives you some concept that it'll be within that size. On Sacagawea Park, let's see, plans to close McGee Drive and dead end and into a parking lot leaves you with 61 parking spaces. So I went there by myself and a friend, or my friend and I, and we measured McGee Drive and came up with room for at least 80 parking spots. So by closing it off and putting the parking lot there that's bigger, you've lost approximately 20 parking spaces. The city had an older map that I came across, and it shows 3 parking spots. So by closing McGee Drive off and putting in the new bigger parking lot, you're losing 32 parking spots. On the printed copy given to me and on the computer, I do not believe there were any questions that I could answer about the enlarged parking lots or the loss of parking spots. In fact, to the best of my knowledge, there were absolutely no questions on the survey that addressed McGee Drive being closed. If a person was lucky enough to realize these questions were missing, as a friend pointed out to me, then they could make a comment at the end of the survey. That doesn't seem like the survey was really well done in a lot of ways. Going on to Miles Park. Number 6 says remove and close Miles Park Road and turn it into a trail. A city employee confirmed to me that they want to close it. On the survey, it mentions nothing about that. Instead, it says close the Miles Park Road past the high school. The veterans flag in the triangle removal versus the Livingston Bozeman Park monument. For any that have lived here very long, we know that the original monument was moved to the Northern Pacific Park from the Bozeman Park was because there's been 2 car wrecks there that broke it and damaged it. There have been at least 2 wrecks. I'm repeating myself, sorry.
Yeah, and your time's up.
Okay.
You can wrap it up real quick.
Okay, I'll try to. So a lawyer told me that the reason you guys are using for removing the triangle down at the park versus the Bozeman Park are in direct conflict with each other. You're saying one thing about one and one about the other. Another
Thank
thing,
you.
can I say one more thing?
Okay, all right.
I have Raynaud's disease, and so I drive down to the park almost daily, summer, winter, not always in the winter. I can't be out if it's under 40 degrees and there's humidity. I'm in so much pain in my fingers and my toes. I can't do anything if I don't drive. So when you close off McGee Drive, you're closing it off to a lot of us,
Thank you.
older people. Thank you.
Excuse me, Linda Marr, 113 South M Street. Last time we had a timer that we could see up there that would count down, and it was really helpful. And I just want to say that it's on the Park Master Plan theory and the bulb outs. I was extremely relieved when the bulb outs went away because it always made me so nervous. There was so much to keep track of visually and so much stuff going on whenever I came up to that intersection that I was really worried about whether or not I could hit somebody because I was paying attention to something over here rather than something happening over there. So it's a lot easier that it's gone as far as I'm concerned. And then as far as the Parks Master Plan, I collected some signatures for the petition, and not one of the 45 or so people that I got signatures from was even aware that these things were proposed. And they were astounded at some of the proposals too. And to me, some of this is borderline repeating what's been said before, but to take out beautiful nature that is available 24/7 to all people for a parking lot or a court, a playing court that is only used by a narrower percentage of the population for short periods of time seems not wise. And there was a duplication on the survey for sure, because I stopped to get a hard copy because I wanted to write in, and there wasn't enough room at the end of the online survey to really remember what, went on for each section. And I noticed before I left that not only were there duplications to everything, but it was duplication in a weird way where it wasn't obvious that it was the exact same thing before. And then there were questions that didn't copy over, and I brought it to the attention of the person working in that office there, and they didn't know how to correct it. Now, this has been going on for how many months now? And the very employees that are responsible for handling, some aspects of the survey weren't even capable of doing that. So I have a question about how much our input is being paid attention to, if nobody even knows that the survey was not proper, or how to fix it once it was pointed out. And I'm a massage therapist. People do better walking on soft ground that gives than hard concrete and asphalt. And when you pave with either of those substances, you're adding a tremendous toxic load to the environment. It's going to run off into the creek that's there in Sacagawea. And the maintenance of it is going to also be toxic. Nature renews and rejuvenates itself. Why don't we spend the money educating young youth on how to take care of nature, to make, neat walkways and playing areas, and give them appreciation for nature. And God, there was another good point I had. How many seconds do I have left?
Yeah.
Am I up?
35.
Yeah, take your time.
35, okay. Oh, we spent thousands of dollars for consulting to somebody who is out of city and had no knowledge of what the history, the preferences of the people, the mood of the community, etc., was. Is it too expensive to mail everybody a survey so that they know what's going on? To really get the coverage out, because so many people don't know. And if they'd had that in the beginning, even if you don't have time to take it right then, you can take it as you go. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda.
Jay Kiefer, 325 South Main.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Those commissioners that were present last month, if you were to go to Caesar's Palace, MGM Grand or Valley and put a place to wager, what are the odds that the city manager will return a call, or comment, or an email regarding the 3 requests I made for information in late August or late July, early August? If you bet 0, you would have won. There has got to be some delineate, you've got to have some standards that you meet, because when I would like to know what the fee was to close off Lewis Street 2 weeks ago. There was at Aspen Lane across from the Pickle Barrel on Lewis. That's one thing. And then I know that Mark Murphy on 6th Street had a block party, and they closed out the block, and Mark wanted to pay the same fee that he did the last 2 years, so $150. And the city staff said, no, you have the event. You will send you a bill. There's no, I really want to take care of it now. No, you have the event. Well, he had the event, and Mr. Gager knows on it, the first bill was $6,500 for closing a 1-day event. No, there was no music, there was no security, there was no, oh God, I don't think Taylor Swift didn't even show up for that. Then he said, well, then he got another letter. No, it's really $5,000. Then the next letter he gets, it's $1,500. This guy is as crooked as the day is long. Okay. Oh, what I'm saying is the current commission we have and the city manager, it's like having the board of directors of Bud Light. And the land use committee on Wednesday, it's like having the board of directors of Cracker Barrel. They're both worthless. Then I get my tires rotated front end alignment, and the person at the shop said, boy, I hope they take down the tennis nets earlier this year than they did last year. I said, what do you mean? Oh, last year it was snowing to beat the band. The side streets were impassable. Their main street was a challenge, but where were the people that could be driving the plows to make Livingston a safer place? They were working in freezing weather, taking the tennis nets down in Sacramento Park when they could have done it in late August. I would like to know who are the Mensa students that are making this decision to take down the nets in midwinter when there's a snowstorm and you can't even walk the streets. So I thought all I have to say is thank God there's an election. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
Patricia Grable, 204 East Calendar Street. I'm just bringing material that I received from the city manager back to this commission. And to accompany the petition that you have before you. These are the original deeds for both Sacagawea Park and Miles Park. Now, I've been on the focus committee for the parks. And at one of our meetings, early on, I had heard a rumor that the city was thinking of giving some of the land to the school district. And I asked Lieutenant Holmes if that was the case, and he said, no. I think Commissioner Newts was there at the time. I just happened to have a meeting the next day with the superintendent of schools, and he said, yes, there was some dialogue going on. So I got a hold of the families, the Miles family, Rita Miles, and the Swindlehurst families. And and Bob Jovic, who was for 20 years the city attorney for the city of Livingston. And he explained to me that the only paperwork that is important is the original document. There is no other paperwork that really matters, but that paperwork matters. So I asked, for example, should the city do something that was against the paperwork, the original paperwork? For example, Miles Park was designated to be a tourist park into perpetuity. Okay, what would happen to that land if the city were to overstep its bounds? And he said the family gets it back. So what I have for your information is the original paperwork for both Swindlehurst Island, which was sold for a nominal fee, and the Miles Park, which was given to the city by those families, so that you also take into consideration that should you violate these documents, then the family has the right to sue the city and get the land back. And that accompanies a petition as well. One other thing, I have great gratitude to Warren McGee for having put in those parks at the stage of life that he put them in. It was after he retired from the railroad, and he had 17 years. And I have a document at the Grable, if anybody wants to stop by and read it, of all the details that he went through to create the park, because he was older. And he designed, to me, he's one of the most brilliant people I've ever known in my life. And he designed those parks exceptionally well. And he begged, borrowed, and stole 400 trees that he planted, and you know the history of the park. It's a citizen-created park. These are citizen-created parks. And therefore, not only the original family should have a say in this whole process, but the citizens of this community are owed the honor, the respect of their input. Thank you. So here's, I enlarged them because they're hard to read. Thanks.
Any other public comment in the room before I move online?
Well, good evening.
Commissioner Schwartz and
Just state your name for the record.
Yep.
Thank you.
Becky Bird or Rebecca Bird. I live at 402 South 8th Street.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commission, for the opportunity to be a public presenter this evening. One, I just kind of have a little technical suggestion. I have a hearing loss. And I'm wondering if there's some way to better project the hearing from the podium here, because when the back is to the audience, and we know we have some very soft-spoken people, it's very difficult sometimes to actually get the full conversation. So just kind of a suggestion there. It'd be great for me. I don't know about anybody else, but I want to talk a little bit about communication. You know, I went to the town hall meeting, and I'm really glad I did, because it gave me a different perspective on how we can effectively communicate. And I will say that the majority of the people there, I'm gonna go out on a limb, were probably 70 and older. And they had valid points, there's no doubt about that. But I think what I got from that meeting is we've got perhaps an important part of our population that isn't connected or doesn't really know how to engage. And I do want to say up front that any comment I make is not a criticism at all of the commission. As public officials, I know you work really hard to get the message out, and sometimes the receivers aren't as actively engaged until something hits close to home, and I totally get that. I guess the first thing I'd like to say is we've all kind of moved into this digital means of communicating. And it's quick, it's easy, it's cost effective. I'm not sure how efficient it is if we're really wanting to connect with groups that don't participate. And actually, it was Commissioner Willich, it was either in the September 2nd or the 16th or the 27th meeting, when you stated quite publicly, you don't do social media.
It's true.
And gosh dang it, he's a young guy. And I have kids in their 40s that don't do social media. So I think we make some assumptions that even though it's quick and efficient and cost effective to use digital forms of communication, I think there are probably some gaps there that aren't being met by folks that really do care and would like to be connected and engaged. In another generation, this probably won't be an issue, but I think it's an issue. And, you know, if you think about 25 to 28% of Livingston's population is 60 and older. Many of us in that category do use social media, but there are people that don't. And there's also younger people like our commissioner who doesn't use social media. So I think we make some assumptions that, you know, if you send it out digitally, everybody's going to get it. And that just isn't true. The other thing I wanted to say is I went on the city website, and I know we do a digital newsletter, but currently, according to the website, there are only 1,300 people subscribed to that in a community of over 8,000. We're missing the boat there, I think, and I don't know how you do that, if that's an opt-in process. Obviously, we'd like to see more people opting into that. So I guess this recommendation I would have, if we could maybe think about analyzing our means of communication, perhaps looking at some data to see what the connection really is, and then evaluating if there are other means we could use, like the mail. But I understand that mailing is very, very expensive. So just some suggestions for analyzing how we communicate.
Thanks, Becky. Thank you. Any other public comment in the room? All right, saying none, let's move online. Any public comment online? Please raise your hand or come off mute. I'm seeing none. You seeing any? One last time in the room? All right, public comments closed. Thank you, everybody. Let's try to answer some of the questions that we had. Start.
I think you kept a list.
I kind of did. Can you answer the questions on why calendar would be closed?
So Yeah, I guess we'll start at the beginning then, with consent item E, which
Yeah.
is agreement 20225 with TD&H for design services. I do want to point out that that contract is for design services for work in the alley between Second and Third. And while there is a schedule that is presented, it is a very high level and preliminary schedule. And I can assure the community that we would not be interrupting the parade for the 250th anniversary of this country's founding. So I'm happy to put that one to rest. And I think that was perhaps the only question I heard from that social commenter.
Yeah, cause, that's done. Okay. Yeah, we don't have any plans for. Cause we're doing the work right now on. Between, in the alley right now, so, right?
Yeah, and I can assure the community that
Yeah.
we are not going to disrupt the July 2nd parade.
Right.
Again, in the 250th year of this country.
Thank you, Mr. Yates.
Yeah, happy to set, I guess it's not the 250th year, though. That's the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah.
Okay, the next two commenters, three commenters, is Tang, Inc. and Britt. I don't know that I picked up a question in there. It's more just kind of public comment,
Yep.
unless the commissioner heard a question there.
No, but I have a clarifying point, I guess.
Yeah,
if that's
please,
okay.
I was gonna do the same thing.
Do you wanna go first?
No. Mhm. You more well spoken.
You put a lot of faith in me.
I do.
There were some comments made, and I know we already talked about this at previous meetings with the Parks Master Plan. But to one commenter's point, not everybody comes to every meeting, which is okay, so we might repeat it again, that, the city staff and engineers actually didn't make the Parks Master Plan. That was built by a consulting firm, with the public. And so that actually the city staff didn't write that, and city engineers didn't write that. And the reason that we have a whole process for consultants, a lot of it has to do with taxpayer dollars and keeping them down, but I know we've talked about that at previous meetings. It's actually cheaper to use consultants that are experts in the field than hire on permanent staff to do very specific projects. Which I know seems hard to believe because they're very expensive, but staff is more expensive. And then trees, I don't know how it got out that this commission wants to get rid of trees, because I can assure you, we spend a lot of time like saving trees, and also I know Public Works has spent a lot of time saving trees. A great example is after the flood, going above and beyond to save trees during some of the repairs that happened near the river. Also in different development plans that have come. There's just been a lot of conversation on trees. So I'm sorry that hasn't been communicated more clearly, that there's nobody that I've ever heard on the commission or staff that's looking to get rid of trees. I'm not sure where it came from, but just to set the record straight, just know that like people here we've spent a lot of time talking about saving trees and protecting and investing in trees actually too, new trees. So it's a shame that like sometimes it feels like the telephone game a little bit. And then if people, I guess, have a concern, like that a question wasn't answered by staff, I would just ask that the best place to take those questions is really to the city manager's office, because we don't manage staff as a commission. So if you like had a question about a survey or work that was done, staff have constitutionally protected rights in the state of Montana. Right to privacy is one. We all have that protected right. It's just part of the process to take it to the manager. If you feel like you're not getting a good answer from the manager, you can reach out to a commissioner. I know I have my contact information here, and I'm sure other commissioners do too. If you are worried that you're not being responded to by Mr. Gager, just reach out to any one of us, because we all meet with him regularly and we're happy to help follow up, but we won't be talking about staff here or how staff are managed. Just because it's a constitutionally protected right, and we take it really seriously as elected officials.
And as elected officials, it's not our lane to manage staff. be clear.
Right.
Yeah.
So we can get in trouble for attempting to manage staff. That is not our lane to be in. Our employee is Mr. Gager, the city manager, and no one else. We have no control over the rest of the staff in the city, nor should we. So, I mean, to be clear and to just kind of help educate everyone like that, it's just not our role. So we just cannot do that. We can get ourselves in a lot of trouble for that.
But I do want to add like one thing,
Sorry.
like, I
Please
just
do.
know you're okay. I mean, it's like, it's true, like cities get sued all the time. Commissions get sued regularly for doing that. So we have like 2/3 of this room, half of this room is filled with staff today. And there are some things said about staff that make me really uncomfortable as a commissioner. One is that there's not transparency. I just want to say in the last 7 years, I've seen the city and staff more transparent than they've ever been. I'm sorry if people feel differently, but I just really want to go on the record saying that. I think it's important, and they're all in here listening to you. And their kids, some of them have their kids here and their families, and they work really hard for our city, and I think that they are transparent, and I think it's important that at least one commissioner says that publicly. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mhm.
And I'll just add that, the Parks Master Plan is just a plan. Adopting it doesn't mean that it's written in stone. Anything that we attempt to tackle in that plan, we'll have a public process. We'll go through it. Say, we wanted to do parking lot and stuff like that, or if we, approach that one section of it. We're gonna have a public process to comment on that and stuff like that once, something like that comes up. So this is just a plan. This is an idea of what the park should be. It doesn't mean it has to be that way, but it's a beginning, and, consultant looking for deficiencies and stuff like that, and people, 500 people, attended the planning sessions and stuff like that for the Parks Master Plan. Be nice if we had a lot more, but, we will work on our communication. And with just one question, do you know off the top of your head, Grant, what it costs to do a mailing, citywide mailing?
Well, there are about 4,400 utility addresses in the city, or utility accounts in the city, and you'd be hard pressed to do a mailing for under $5 a piece. So we're somewhere in the neighborhood of $20,000 to mail every utility account there. I mean, a mailing of size like a survey like this.
Like we do in the spring, with the street sweeper schedule and route and stuff like that, that's a mailing, but to put a mailing out every time, it's 20 grand here, 20 grand there. But we can do better with, our newspapers perhaps and stuff like that to get the message out. Okay, that being said,
Chair Schwartz, if I may,
please.
thank you everyone for coming and giving your comments on this, on the Parks Master Plan, and taking the survey if you did, or emailing. This is still in the process. The Parks Master Plan still has not come before this commission. We still have not had the ability to sit here together and look at it and discuss it and make decisions on it. It hasn't gotten that far along for even us to have those conversations yet. I'm looking forward to those conversations, but because we've been doing the public process, that will all happen. Then it will come to the commission. The commission will then take more public comments on that plan. And then we will have the opportunity to ask questions and have a discussion in front of all of you. And then, make a decision if that's where we get to. But at this point, we're still in that process. No decisions have been made. We haven't had the opportunity even to have those discussions yet. So, but I appreciate everyone participating, coming to these meetings, filling out surveys, sending us emails. I appreciate all that public comment and that discussion. And I look forward to a discussion about the Parks Master Plan, which we haven't had yet. So
No, we're gonna.
That's all, sorry.
Only other question FOIA request from Mr. Kiefer. Anything to add to that?
You know, as was explained at the last meeting, 2 out of the 3 requests were actually, they were just questions of city staff. They weren't public
Okay.
records requests. There was no document in the 3rd request. We had no documents that were responsive to the request. And like I mentioned at the meeting, it was my understanding that the finance director had followed up on that with Mr. Kiefer to let him know of that. And I discussed it with her and she indicated that she did. So I would also just say while we're on that one, the organizer of the Donkey Days event, which was rather successful, I understand. I spoke to that individual the morning of the event and she was aware of what the fees were and didn't seem to have any issue with that. There was a bit of a no parking noticing issue that we worked out between the 2 of us. And I can say, without even looking it up, I'm positive that Mr. Murphy was not given an invoice for $6,500 for 1 block closure of a dead end street in the city of Livingston. And I would love to see the letters that indicate several different demands for way more money than is on the fee schedule. I'll wait for those. I'll be in the office probably about 8:30 tomorrow.
And I'll also add to that, we have a permitting process. If you want a street closed, you go through a permitting process, and Leslie knows this as well. The fee schedule's in there, so you know what.
And
what you're getting.
the July 2nd parade doesn't even cost $6,500
No,
for a road closure. It's half of that.
And also add that Mark Murphy is a personal friend of mine. I live 3 houses away from him. And he knows I'm a commissioner and he would have raised hell with me if that was the case. So, moving on. I think we're at the end of the questions there. Commissioners.
If I could
sure.
just take a moment, I did appreciate the final comment there, Ms. Bird and her comments. I certainly would acknowledge the difficulty of communicating with a very diverse community such as
Yeah.
ours that spans a wide age group.
Mhm.
I was reminded actually looking at some demographics the other day that I turned 45 next year. And I believe about 44% of the city of Livingston is below the age of 45 and the rest is above the age of 45. So, sometimes I think I'm old, sometimes I think I'm young, turns out I'm right in the middle. But something like the Parks Master Plan and the zoning update really do underscore the difficulty of communication with the community.
Mhm.
I'll offer, just as we did an open house for the zoning update last Wednesday in this room,
Mhm.
on August 12th. Myself, some staff members were in the room and had conversation with several of the public commenters today, including Ms. Britt, about the Parks Master Plan. We have made the Parks Master Plan survey available in paper copy, not only at City Hall, but we've also delivered some, I believe, to the senior center and the library as well. And so we really do, I'm like Commissioner Willich, I'm not really on social media. And so it's not where I go to for information. And so as default, it's not the place I go and the city goes to disseminate information. I do wish that more people signed up for the newsletter. I think it's a great read. I'd recommend everybody does. And, but I welcome suggestions from the commission and the community. We have, as you know, we've appeared at the farmer's market. We've gone to the senior center on some Saturday mornings, for several hours. And so we're throwing the kitchen sink at the community, conversation, so to speak. But we recognize we could always do better. And so, to the extent that the commission or the community has any, suggestions, my cell phone number is 406-223-4475. I'd love to hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Gager. Any consent items that need to be pulled, commissioners? Or included?
I like to pull consent item F.
Any others? Okay, do I have a motion on consent items holding out F?
I'll make a motion to approve consent items A through E and G.
Second.
Motion by Newt, second by Kale, all in favor?
I,
Aye. Motion carries.
Tori,
Commissioner?
I think Tori said.
Oh,
Aye.
aye, okay.
So I'm pulling the interlocal agreement, the 3 chapters. I don't really have questions as much as I was hoping for, like, just brief a really brief update on it, since this is something we've been waiting, actually, we talked about this in your interview. So thank you for bringing it forward. I mean, I knew you brought other parts forward before now, but, I was wondering if you could just briefly go over the agreement and like what changes are on it since the last time there was an agreement in on these chapters in place?
Fantastic. Vice Chair Newts, I appreciate the opportunity. So the item before the commission is the approval of 3 chapters of the city-county interlocal agreement, otherwise known as the City-County Compact. And the compact governs a number of interactions that the city and the county have, primarily in the provision of service or operations of certain facilities, and including this building. And so previously, as you noted, we have a framework which is referred to as Chapter 0 in the compact, and that was approved about 1.5 years ago, along with Chapter 1, which refers to this building, as I mentioned. And then we've also recently done the GIS services chapter of the compact. Before the commission this evening are the law enforcement mutual assistance, IT services, and dispatch services chapter. And, you know, I will say that IT services and dispatch services operate fairly similarly in that we have shared employees, well, jointly funded employees, I will say that. The county employs the IT services employees, and the city employs the dispatch services employees as members within the police department. And so within the context of that relationship, each entity that is the controlling entity is responsible for developing a budget for the services and for the department in consultation with myself on the city side and the county commission on the county side. And as we move through the year, the non-host entity provides reimbursement of 50% of the budgeted costs for each entity to operate. And within the context of the law enforcement mutual assistance, this actually is a relatively rather common agreement in public service. And it really just provides that in certain circumstances, Livingston Police may go outside of our jurisdiction, outside of city limits, to support the Park County Sheriff's Office. And in times of need, the Park County Sheriff's Office may support Livingston PD for a large event. I will say there is also for mutual assistance, there is also a mechanism to provide some funding in the event of a very significant event in either jurisdiction. And so that really is a very high level summary, and I'd be happy to stand for any questions the commission may have.
I guess I would be interested because this has been needing an update for like as long as I've been on the commission, it's been needing to be updated. So, but it's really an agreement between 2 legislative bodies, but it's really carried out by 2 executive bodies. And so I'm curious, like, how should the commission or future commissioners expect to get updates on this if there's changes made, or we just wrap it into the budget cycle, or what are your thoughts?
Yeah, fantastic question. As you pointed out, well, I believe the last version of the interlocal agreement expired in 2012. So we've been in that time operating just without one. As you pointed out, though, these are agreements between 2 political subdivisions entered into by their governing bodies. So to the extent that there is a change in these agreements, those would come back before the commission. I do not have the power to modify contracts of this nature. And I would offer, as far as operational updates, you know, periodically as you know, bring in different departments to talk about their operations. And it's my hope and my intention that discussion of our operations with Park County is included in those updates. I'll work to make sure it is moving forward. And then, yeah, the budget really is, because as I noted earlier, the city and county jointly fund both IT and dispatch for purposes of this evening. It is appropriate for us to review these during the budget time. And we have, you know, somewhat unbeknownst to you, when we talk about the IT upgrades, you know, that is not myself or city staff that's coming up with those. That is actually the county IT staff. Right? And so, and we've talked about maybe a few of those operational issues for IT and dispatch at a higher level, but, yeah, I think those would be the 2 points where the commission would get updates on the operations most regularly. But I'm happy to, if there's ever an item of interest, I'm happy to agendize a discussion. Dispatch, I'm thrilled to report earlier this week, signed an offer letter and it was accepted. And pending the successful completion of a background check, we will be down to 1 vacancy in dispatch. And so of positions that existed on June 30th of 2025, that is the last vacancy in the city of Livingston. We are just about fully staffed up here.
That is amazing. That's like,
Yeah, totally aside. No, not that of any consequence to this conversation.
it is though, it is because like, I think that it is pertinent to the conversation because, I mean, again, as long as I've been a commissioner, I don't mean to like be like a broken record, like this is one of the things that's come up is certain departments were very difficult to keep fully staffed. And it does impact some things with shared agreements. It's something that's come up with first responders particularly. And so it's nice to know, it's almost there, just like, it's better than it's ever been, at least in the last decade, maybe, I don't know. There's people,
Right, that sounds about
some-
right.
there's people here that have been here longer than me that would know. I'm getting a nod from the chief, so I'm gonna say, yeah. Okay, so that's awesome. We should be happy. Yeah, okay. Okay, we're excited, he says. and I'll
Just be
agree.
excited.
When somebody that's carrying a gun and in charge of the room says they're excited, I'm gonna say I'm excited.
Yeah.
When the chief says he's excited. Yeah, that's good. I think it is worth it because
Yeah.
like this is a thing that comes up, so thanks for sharing
Absolutely.
that. I don't really have other questions. I'm really glad to see this before us.
Would you entertain us with a motion now?
Yeah, if you guys are ready, I'll make a motion to approve action item F.
A second?
Motion by Newt, second by Kale, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, moving on, we have 2 proclamations this evening. I apologize in advance if I trip over my tongue reading all this stuff. Proclamation of the Livingston City Commission declaring October 25th as National Fire Prevention Month in Livingston, Montana. Whereas October is recognized nationally as Fire Prevention Month, with Fire Prevention Week observed October 5th through 11th to raise awareness and help protect homes and families from fire. And whereas Fire Protection Week began in 1922 through the National Fire Protection Association, NFPA, in commemoration of the Great Chicago Fire of 1871, and continues as the longest running public health and safety observance in the United States. And whereas statistics highlight the need for vigilance, as nearly 3 of every 5 home fire deaths occur in residences without smoke alarms or non-working alarms. Carbon monoxide remains a leading cause of accidental poisoning, and the fire department responds to a fire every 24 seconds in America. And whereas the Livingston Fire and Rescue stands as the busiest single station fire department in the state of Montana, averaging 2,500 calls for service each year, and on track to reach 3,000 calls in 2025, while also being recognized as one of the most advanced EMS providers in the state. And whereas Livingston Fire and Rescue is staffed by 20.5 full-time employees and 19 reserve firefighters who bring specialized expertise as firefighter, EMTs, firefighter paramedics, engineers, captains, battalion chiefs, and a community paramedic RN, and who courageously respond to fires, rescues, and emergencies at all hours of the day. And whereas over the past year, Livingston Fire and Rescue advanced its heavy rescue and search and rescue capabilities with new equipment and advanced training, making it the only specialized heavy rescue technical rescue team from Bozeman Pass to Billings, and has responded to structure fires, wildland fires, vehicle fires, and nearly 50 technical rescues, preventing millions of dollars in losses and safeguarding the lives despite civilian injuries and fatalities. Now therefore be resolved on behalf of the Livingston City Commission, I, Quentin Schwartz, Chair, do hereby proclaim October 2025 to be National Fire Prevention Month in Livingston, Montana. Further, I encourage all residents to practice fire prevention by installing and maintaining smoke and carbon monoxide detectors, preparing family evacuation plans, keeping fire extinguishers accessible, and recognizing the dedicated service of Livingston Fire and Rescue and protecting lives and property.
Mr. Gager.
Mr. Gager.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. You might have noticed that since you read a similar proclamation a year ago, the number of firefighters has increased from 16 to 20. And that was due to the recommendation that was adopted by the city commission to increase the staffing in the Livingston Fire and Rescue Department to account for the increase in calls. And so, I think I would join the chief in thanking the city commission for the additional resources to LFR. And I would also report on Monday, we did an onboarding meeting for a reserve who comes to us from out of the area and comes with tremendous technical rescue experience, who will serve as a trainer for both full-times and the reserves. And so we're very fortunate. I would also offer during this time of year with it getting cold that people should be extra vigilant with their coals coming out of the fireplace or the wood stove. It's been a few months since we all had a fire. They are hot for a few days. So don't put them in a paper bag and put them in your trash can. Otherwise, chief will be coming to visit your trash can. Or quite honestly, in the worst case scenario, it makes it into one of our trucks going out to the transfer station, or landfill, and burns a truck down. So please be careful and be vigilant with your coals. And I would take the opportunity to thank Chief Josh, and we've got Blake next to him, and Zale and Scott as well. And I think I saw Megan and other Scott get out of here, so I'm assuming we got an ambulance call there. Thank you, gentlemen, for your service. Thank you.
Commissioners?
Busiest single station in the state.
Mhm.
That's awesome. And advanced EMS, most advanced EMS in the state, also awesome. Get some, also change your batteries. It's time.
Yeah, we're blessed. We really are.
Yes, thank you, to you and your whole staff, and we appreciate you. And don't put the coals in the green box, in the green bin either. As much as you want to recycle, or at least wait till they're dead cold, right? Yeah, so I thank you to all of you. We appreciate you so much.
Are people burning coal? Like that's when I'm like,
Coals,
Coal.
like,
COALS.
it's like a coal shoot,
Embers.
anaconda, and I'm like, I thought that was
I
just like
know, I know.
anaconda that was burning coal. I didn't know it was like a living thing. I was like, wood.
Yeah.
Big coals, thank you, okay.
There's an ordinance against
You
that.
guys are the best. It should have also said best fire department. So good that not just like the busiest. It's like something to be proud of that you all are like so trained beyond anybody else. People should be nice to you because, well, they should be nice to everybody just to be nice, but also like you're saving lives. So thanks for that. It's a big deal. Thank you. And we're glad that you were able to fill those spots right away.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's good.
now we just need a bigger station or something. We'll work on that.
What do you, man, you're just throwing out all the big money ideas.
Yeah.
Public Works
Anyway.
is right there. They're gonna
Yeah.
ask for new stuff now.
They get new buildings every year.
oh yeah, we just approved their drive.
Oh, my gosh. Okay,
No one more win.
thank you again. Our next proclamation and final proclamation this evening was a proclamation of the City of Livingston City Commission declaring October 5th through the 1st, 11th, 2025 as Code Enforcement Appreciation Week in Livingston, Montana. Whereas the second full week of October has been designated as Code Enforcement Appreciation Week to recognize the important contributions made by code enforcement officers across the nation, and whereas the code enforcement officers of the City of Livingston provide for the safety, health, and welfare of all citizens through the fair and consistent enforcement of local codes and ordinances. And whereas these ordinances address a wide range of community needs, including building, zoning, housing, animal control, environmental protection, public health, and life safety. And whereas the City of Livingston is fortunate to be served by a dedicated code enforcement team of 3 professionals who work tirelessly in all weather conditions during regular hours and while on call after hours to safeguard and improve the quality of life for all who work, live, and visit our community. And whereas these officers carry out their duties with professionalism, integrity, and commitment to public service, often under challenging circumstances, and their efforts directly contribute to the well-being and appearance of our neighborhoods. And whereas the city of Livingston wishes to recognize and thank our code enforcement officers for their hard work, dedication, and the essential role they play in maintaining a safe, healthy, and vibrant community. Now therefore be it resolved on behalf of the Livingston City Commission, I, Quentin Schwartz, do hereby proclaim October 5th through the 11th, 2025, to be Code Enforcement Appreciation Week in Livingston, Montana. Further, I encourage all citizens to join me in expressing gratitude to our code enforcement officers for their invaluable service to our community. Mr. Gager.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. I would say that their service is invaluable to the community. At 11 a.m. every Tuesday, I meet with our parking and code enforcement officers, and this morning's meeting was an especially spirited and fun one with some of the issues they're dealing with out there. Darcy and Helen couldn't make it this evening, probably because of some of those issues. They needed it to be dark so they could do some investigation. But Brad is here, and Brad is one of our longest serving employees.
Yay.
And if they're, yes. Yeah. Brad has pretty much done it all. He's currently our building inspector, but he's been our animal control officer and just about everything else. If there's a dirty job in the city to be done, Brad's probably the guy that we're gonna call to do it. And I can't thank him enough, quite honestly, because he does it with a smile and he's always got a great story when he comes back from it. So and you might know Brad's older brother was Hal.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Division as well. So it's a family affair with the Hayes family. So thank you, Brad.
Thanks, Brad. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah, it's a thankless job at times, especially building inspections, stuff like that. I understand that being a builder in the past. And I had a client one time, you know, these building inspections are a pain in the butt. I go, they're for you to make sure I'm doing stuff right. So, and I come from Illinois, the Chicago area, and we went through a lot more rigorous inspections than we do in Montana. But so thank you for all the work you've done.
I've never had too many problems with building inspectors.
Do it right.
Just gotta do it right.
I'm grateful that there's three people to
Yeah.
thank, because again, this is like one of those things that the community was asking for a long time, was consistent code enforcement. And now there's actually enough people,
Yeah.
it sounds like, to do it. So thanks. That was one of your first changes, I think. I think that was one of the first things you did.
We removed code from the police department or certain sections, you know, parking enforcement and other code enforcement. Brad's been in the building department for a number of years.
Yeah.
we-
Yeah.
Like to formalize it and add to the team.
Yep.
It's great. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to compliment Darcy and Helen both. They've kept everything up in record time and they're exemplary.
Thanks, Brad. I agree 100%.
It's wonderful.
And very nice people to
Yeah.
boot.
And very bright
Yeah.
colored now,
Yeah.
with the pink and the yellow.
Like it.
I know, it's good, huh?
Okay, we don't have any scheduled public comment on the agenda. Action items. Action item A, resolution 5177. Resolution of the City Commission of City of Livingston, Montana, of its intent to amend the budget for fiscal year 2024-2025 by making appropriate adjustments in the amount of $33,689 and revenue adjustments in the amount of $1,034. Mr. Gager.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. The item before the commission this evening is resolution 5177, which states the intent to amend the budget for the recently closed fiscal year 24-25. And as included in the staff report, or as detailed on page 131 of the staff report, there really were 5 changes there that The largest of which really had to do with just transferring money from one fund to another. In fact, most of these are transferring money from one fund to another. So really, I would categorize these as technical changes and just a correction that was pointed out by two commissioners. And for clarity for the folks at home, on page 131 in the fiscal impact, the $244,000 figure that's referenced there is incorrect. It should be the $33,689 figure that was noted in the resolution on page 132. So,
And same with the revenue.
and same with the revenue. And so apologize for the revenue should be the dollar number. So apologize for the error in not having a properly updated staff report, but stand ready to answer any questions the commission may have.
I don't have any questions.
That's good.
Chair Schwartz.
Commissioner Lyons?
Right there on that same page on 131, with the figure, the inaccurate amounts. I'm guessing that fiscal year
Oh, yeah.
is inaccurate.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, we missed updating the fiscal impact section on this one. I apologize for being in there.
Thanks. I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Commissioner Lyons. Okay, we'll move on to public comment. Any public comment on resolution 5177? See any room, anybody in the room, anybody online? Public comment on resolution 5177. All right, seeing none, public comments closed. Commissioners, deliberations?
$33,000 is pretty tight.
Mhm.
Nice.
And the resolution looks good. I went to I double checked her. Yeah. So we're in good shape.
Pretty good predicting.
Yeah.
Page is good.
Yep.
And if it wasn't for the higher interest rates and the higher interest revenue, we wouldn't be here to see.
All right.
She couldn't predict that? Just kidding. Yeah. Do you want a motion?
Yeah, I'll entertain a motion for resolution 5177.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 5177 and authorize the chair to sign the resolution.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Kale and a second by my friend, Miss Commissioner Lyons. Roll call, please.
Chair Schwartz,
4.
Vice Chair Newt,
Or,
Commissioner Kale,
4.
Commissioner Willich,
4.
Commissioner Lyons.
Motion carries. Wait.
he said 4. They're out of order. So,
Okay,
yeah,
Yeah.
he said 4 though.
thank you, Commissioner Lyons. Motion carries unanimously. Now, would we like to entertain a moment to take a break before we go on to, oh, no, let's do the water reclamation, yeah,
It's here.
because we have people here for that.
Yeah.
An update on the water reclamation facility repairs, Mr. Gager.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. As you may recall, we've previously discussed an issue that arose at the water reclamation facility out on Bennett Street almost exactly a year ago, just shy of about 50 weeks ago. And the team at the WRF worked to bring Basin 2 back online. And as shortly after the first catastrophic failure, we noticed that the second basin was likely to suffer the same fate. And so while we had prepared to have the team come in August to do the repairs on the second basin, it actually failed in July. And so I am happy to welcome Trace Tidwell and the rest of his team up to give the commission a bit of an update on the last, almost 12 months. What they've dealt with and how they've rebuilt a good portion of the facility over there. And most importantly, kept the city operating within the confines of our discharge permit and have kept the Yellowstone clean and made it so people down in Billings have fresh drinking water. So Trace, I'll put up your presentation.
All right.
Trace.
All right, I'm back up here again.
What's the lands?
Been a little bit, but we recently completed failure and recovery on the WRF Basin 1. I was here last time presenting about Basin 2. Go ahead and go to the next slide if you want to. Here's what happened. We had the initial failure. Back when we had the initial failure of Basin 2, Basin 1, within 2 weeks, we noticed a similar failure starting to happen. So we acted to try and prevent that from a catastrophic failure, which did work. So through this slideshow, I'm going to show you the failure, what it caused it, how we prevented it from being a catastrophic failure, how we limped the plant along a good ways until we had lower flows and we could take the other basin down. And then our repair process and cleaning process, and then the startup of the secondary basin there. So here's our team, myself, WRF superintendent there. I have Jay Taylor sitting right here. He's got one of my kids and his kid, one of his kids.
Oh, good.
Who's your kid? Who's your,
What's your son's name?
yeah,
This is.
the one that just
The
left.
one that just left is James.
James, okay,
This is Carolyn.
right?
What's Jason?
And then Levi's not currently here right now. He's actually, it's his anniversary, so he couldn't make the meeting. And then, Nathan, he's right back there in the back. He's also one of our operators there at the plant. But yes, sorry to bring my family with me.
That's Jay's kid.
This is Jay's son. He can introduce him. His son's name is Angus.
Angus?
He has 2 other kids as well, which they're out with their mother right now. All right. So October 2024, that's when we had that initial failure. We noticed it was starting to fail on the second basin about 2 weeks later. Actually, Mr. Gabriel just showed up and we noticed it was leaning a little like it shouldn't be. And of course, we had to act fast to keep it from being a catastrophic failure and losing both of our basins at the exact same time.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, they had very similar failures, or actually exact failure. With that being said, we were able to jump into overdrive, I guess you'd say, and get the repair made to keep it from becoming catastrophic. We completed the mixer failure preparation for single basin operation. We cleaned up the basins and restarted it right there. There's your timeline. That's just a rough draft of when everything happened. Our first one, we just got it back up around April of this year. So you had from October until April, a lot of that was dealing with a bunch of vendors, shipping a lot of parts from other countries, because most of our basin is made out of either Mexico, Germany, or a lot of stuff from Great Britain as well. You have a state-of-the-art system. Not everything's made here. A lot of stuff is starting to move production. So that's been a lot nicer. Some of the parts that I received most recently did come from the United States. It's a big shift, which is nice. I'm actually able to get a lot more support now. As you can see there, from October until bringing it back up in April, it took a good bit of time to get things here. And a lot of vendors kind of dropped the ball a little bit, and Mr. Hess had to help out a little bit with some of that. So we can go to the next slide. Here's the initial failure. This was November 5th of 2024, shortly after the first basin failed, which was basin 2. You'll see right there at the very top there, we placed a bolt in it. What that did was prevent the separation of the 2 separate pieces that were mounted in the middle. There was a middle mounting bracket that later failed. That bracket, once it became detached, it would allow the top to fall out and go into the basin. So putting that bolt there kept that system in place and not able to separate once that middle mount failed. We did limp this along for quite some time until we started getting over temp mixer failures. The mixer itself had pushed so far back that it was just suffocating itself against the wall. So we started over temping, and at that point we had a strategic meeting with AE2S and DEQ and decided that we were going to lower our transfer pump about halfway down in the basin and use that as a mixer temporarily for a month to get us a little closer to the lower flows that we needed. So we can go to the next one. Single basin operation. There's that mixer mount right there in the middle. As you'll see, it is separated off of the wall. That's the exact same failure we saw in the other basin. Unfortunately, the other basin, when it failed, the entire shaft did not have that bolt in the top like we added. completely separated, damaged a lot of parts in that basin, causing thousands of dollars of damage. Which I might say as I just saw the item you guys presented for $33,000, about 200,000 went into this basin repair. So I commend the commission on such a good budget there the last year. And us being able to do a lot of stuff in-house saved a lot of money as well. So this was single basin operation. When we go into single basin, it's several months of planning. We have to take the other basin, bring it down in MLSS, and get it ready to accept the entire wastewater flow of Livingston. In doing that, you're gonna see a significant jump in your amount of food and bugs in the one basin. So if you already have it loaded up, you will experience an overloading problem, which will cause complete failure of the system. That was one of the things that was so important to pay attention to and slowly do the last process when we had the emergency repair. It did take us about 2 to 3 months to get this basin ready, and then about a month total for the draining process. So we wasted out as much as we possibly could, which means putting it through our solid system. And the rest that we were able to transfer over to the other secondary basin as we brought the food and flow into that one higher. So we can go to the next one. Here's the mixer recovery. Fortunately, this one was not having to be recovered from the wall. This one was actually still on the shaft. So the successful removal of that was a lot simpler this time. Once we got about halfway down, because the mast had failed and inadvertently went into it, we were able to get the USS Poop. We put it into the water there and floated ourselves over there, and Mr. Levi hooked up to it and we got it out of the basin. So that's it sitting on the top catwalk right there. It's getting sent off right now for repairs and just overall check. We did have a redundancy mixer that was purchased during the last failure. That was part of that recovery, and so we go to the next one. Here's the mixer repair. We did coordinate with Dick Anderson Construction, which was the original design crew and installers. We had a new middle mount made and manufactured that would accept the current system that they used. That new middle mount is 240% of the actual load capabilities of the mixer. We found through calculations of the last one, it was about 70%, which is why it failed. That was a field modification that was done to just meet that extra 2 feet that extension is right there. Unfortunately, I wasn't at the plant when that happened, so I had no say in that. And it just managed to squeak by when the plant was designed and implemented. So that was an on-site modification that just went through. We met with engineers to engineer and design the new middle mount, and we had them manufactured by Xylem. And then we had to have them shortened to length once they got here, and Mobile Welding and Repair did that repair for us to make those a foot shorter than they were supposed to be, because they built them to the drawing and not to the measurements in the field. So they had to be shortened by a foot. It's just one of those things you run into a lot with parts that are one-off. So now that has been properly repaired, we do not expect to see any failure of that system anytime in the near future. Go to the next one. Solids removal and membrane replacement. As you'll see, there's some solids, we'll just say that, in the bottom of that basin. Once you drain it out, you get about 6 inches in most places to a foot or so in other places. And you'll see this time we pulled all of our center section of aeration piping. Each one of those has a 9-inch disc on it that has little pinholes in it, and they aerate the basin to give the oxygen to the bugs to eat. So on those, there are exactly 24 of them going across. It's 22 or 24. There are about 2,600 heads in that basin, which me and myself, my staff, removed every single one of those and replaced it with a brand new one, because every 7 to 10 years you're supposed to replace them. We're at the 8-year mark on this basin. So that maintenance was completed at this exact same time. We had a few pieces of aeration piping, which we already had on hand, that we did use to replace damaged pieces. We swept everything to the middle, and luckily we had Vortex on site here in the city doing a lot of extra work, doing the I&I project, slip lining. So they had a massive vac truck that they were able to come in there And they were actually able to vac out everything we had put to the middle and then clean the basin the rest of the way. So this basin got a little bit more attention than the first one,
Mhm.
being that it was middle of winter and everything was frozen. But we got as much out as we could. This one was completely cleaned.
Hmm.
So we know from now, we plan to do maintenance the next 7 years on this basin again. So we're gonna start putting in our CIPs to get that truck back over here, as well as any other of the membranes and such that we'll have to purchase for that. So this helps us with our budgetary planning as well, going through this exercise. As you'll notice, this one went a lot faster and smoother than the last one did, because we were able to plan for this. So we'll go to the next one. Here you'll see Levi there in the straw hat and Nate sitting there doing membranes. They're making repairs to it, and you can see the nice clean floor right there where everything's been vacked off of it and cleaned out. Each one of these pipes has to be, you run a jet through it to clean it all out, make sure everything's good for the next service. Each one of them has O-rings on every single connection, which we had to go through and check. Some of the piping was not disassembled, unfortunately. So you can go to the next slide on that one. So there's me swimming in the basin. So once we started to fill it up, we did find a few leaks and spots in the pipes that we had to redrain the basin from about 3 feet high or so. I'm kind of short, so it's, yeah, it's
plenty deep still.
20 deep for me, and that is not the cleanest of water. So we're in there addressing the issues of the aeration piping that has failed. That one particularly was a coupling that had failed. We were able to repair that coupling. And we replaced another section of pipe that we found that had a hole actually in the bottom of it. We found some debris from the construction. We found a few things in the basin that just, you find a lot of rubber gloves that come from, we'll just say we were, industrial users or hospitals for that. But we were able to get everything done. We used the addition of one additional employee from the water shop, which was Mike Simmons. He was instrumental in helping us get this back up in time. This did put us back a few days from startup when this happened. We noticed these initial leaks in it. But one of the things you have to do is test for this once you start bringing it back up online. So any of these could have been existing issues. They could have been from startup. We don't know. We just went through and fixed every single leak in that aeration piping. We did notice once we took it all the way down that half of our aeration system had filled with sludge. That was due to that exact leak right there where the coupler had cracked and broken off a piece in the bottom. And when the air would go off, it would just vacuum into that system. So that was why it did that. So luckily we were able to find that. So we will not have that issue in the future. And this is us reseeding it. We did not have to go. Last year, we trucked in some seed sludge from Bozeman. 44,000 gallons at a cost of about $6,000. They gave it to us for free. They don't mind giving it to us because it costs them money to get rid of it when they have to process it, but it's good, healthy sludge that helps you start up your plant. This year, with it being planned the way we did, we held additional in our own WAS basin that was good, healthy sludge. And we also held a little bit more in the other basin. So as soon as we transferred over, we had some of it from that single basin there. We were able to slowly transfer and divide the basins, and currently right now we're running one at about 3,000 MLSS, which is the amount of bugs in it, and 2,800 in the other. So we're very close to being that in line with each other, and they both currently have 50% flows going into them, and we're getting excellent results for the testing. We did some additional testing over the weekend after we brought up the basin. And we continue to do additional testing outside of what is required of us by DEQ, just to make sure that we are putting the highest quality water into the Yellowstone. And so now we have both basins fully maintained and back up and operational through their 7-year maintenance program that was forced. So that is the failures and repairs and where the wastewater plant is at currently. 2 healthy basins fully operational.
Thank you, Trace.
Thank you.
Thank you, Troy.
Anybody have any questions?
And the rest of the crew.
Yeah,
Awesome
thank
work.
you. And all the families.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any questions?
There's something that like blows my mind, like thinking of this timeline. There's like 4 of you.
Yep.
Yeah.
And like,
We
you're
had a
like,
fifth, we had a fifth. We
But
did
they
borrow
came
Mike for
over.
about a week.
they came over, but
Yes.
like, your jobs keep you plenty of plenty
Yes.
busy, like the rest of the time, you're plenty busy, 40 hours a week. This like
Yes.
blows my mind that you all have been doing this for over a year, like in sort of crisis mode.
Yep.
And like nobody's service has changed in the city. Like nobody would know if you weren't presenting.
No, we dedicated during the cleaning and repairs of this basin. We dedicated each person probably about 3 to 4 hours a day down there doing the membrane disc and stuff like that and cleaning. It does take a toll on your back, to be very honest.
Yeah.
Everything in there is at about your knee height for most of my guys. For me, it's about waist height. So, lots of bending over, lots of twisting and turning,
Yeah.
and just having to rotate the crew in and out of the basin. One person do this job this day, one person do that job that day. And the crew just supporting each other while we did this.
I mean, it's amazing, and not just like the manual labor of it, but like the chemistry and the science behind it, that you're like monitoring it like in a way that we can't imagine,
Right,
or
keep
you know what
up with
I
the
think,
guidelines,
yeah, I think
Yeah.
like you talked about it the last time you presented, it's pretty mind blowing,
Mhm.
really, that it's 4 people,
Yes,
sometimes 5.
we borrowed him for a week or so,
I
but it's
mean,
instrumental for
over a
the
year.
labor of it, yes. Yep,
Like, I hope you get to take breaks and eat cake.
Yeah, beyond regular
Yep, well,
operation.
Like, cause
I'm
that's,
taking a
thank you.
vacation in like January. Last time I took a vacation, we had a catastrophic
I know.
failure, so.
Yeah, I know.
But thank you to you and your
But,
whole
yeah.
team, cause it's like
Yeah.
a really big deal that this happened, and like, we're not making news for it, because you guys have done
Thank
such a good job. It's,
We survived the flood, so
I
we should be
know.
able to survive
Mhm.
this.
Oh.
So
I mean, I feel like
that was my second
this
week.
is the kind of thing that makes
Yeah.
statewide news, because something bad happens and a bunch of stuff ends up in the river, and you guys really like,
Yeah.
It's
did us
really
proud.
the
Thank
support
you.
of the whole crew and all of them knowing what their jobs are. And everyone at that plant is cross-trained. I don't have
Amazing.
one person that can't work in the lab. I don't have one person that can't work in the headworks or dewatering. Every single one of us can do every job at that plant.
so maybe best crew in the state, like fire,
Mhm.
Yeah.
like we're 2
Yes.
for 2 tonight.
Yeah.
We did okay.
Yeah.
What's that?
I'll make that one.
Like, I mean, I feel like,
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I mean, no, thank you. It's such a big deal. Like, it's
Yeah,
such a big
each
deal to
one-
not make the news, because you
Right,
guys
yeah.
are.
Yeah.
It's blowing my mind.
The unsung heroes, yeah.
Hope you have really boring next 7 years until you
Yeah.
have to,
Yeah.
We wish, but you know, won't happen.
I know, it's amazing. Thank you guys for being here. And I love that you brought your families. You raised the bar, Trace, by first putting the pictures in, and this time you
Yeah.
brought,
That's awesome.
Nice.
They were here last time too.
what's that?
Yeah.
They were here last time
Yeah.
too.
I
Was
just
the
think
baby born?
was- I don't think.
No, we were on our second one there. They
Yeah.
were
Yeah.
still cooking.
I know, but it's so
Yes,
nice.
it-
They're like,
Yeah.
He's 4 months old now, so.
Yeah.
it's like what government meetings should be, is like even like family, like.
Yep.
It's just really good. Thank you.
Well, and thank you to the families for supporting this crew, because I suppose I
Long hours.
that was long hours and extra work and trying to figure this out, and it was a stressful situation, so. Thank you for being a family as a crew, and then thank you to your families.
No, you're like holding the baby. So good. So good. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, appreciate it.
They're worth clapping for.
They
It's
are,
good
yeah.
stuff.
Mhm.
4 people.
It's amazing, it's amazing.
My back teeth are flowing. How about a-
I'll make a
10
motion for a 10-minute break.
Okay, I'll second that.
All in favor?
I.
Hi.
We can all get done.
Anyways.
Tori's
20.
talking to you.
Corey?
Good?
Okay, thank you. Okay, this meeting of Livingston City Commission is called back to order. Our final action item, not really an action item, but it's under action item C,
Mhm.
city manager update on the growth policy implementation. Mr. Gager.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. The item before the commission this evening is a update on the growth policy. I recognize that it's been a very busy year, and the last time I provided an update to the city commission on the growth policy implementation was October 17, 2023. So I apologize for taking 2 years. I know time flies when you're having fun.
When you're implementing a growth policy.
Yeah, exactly. And so I'm very excited to provide the commission and the community, including those in the room, an update on all the hard work that the city staff has done over the last several years. As you know, there are really three parts of my job. The first, probably what I would say is one of the most important, is overseeing the day-to-day operations of the city, of our approximately 117 full-time employees and 30 or so part-time and seasonal employees. You know, the second most critical part of my job certainly is supporting the city commission in the work that they do. And then thirdly is to support the community in their hopes and aspirations and needs from the city. And so the growth policy, I would say, pretty firmly fits in the last two categories there, both to support the commission and the work that you do to serve the community, and then also to serve the community as well. So it is really great to be able to provide this update. And you might recall, I joined the city in November of 2022. And in February of 23, I presented to you folks kind of a plan to implement the growth policy here in Livingston. With that introduction, you know, just a little bit of background on growth policies in the state of Montana. It is an official public document that is a guide for making decisions about the future, particularly with regards to land use. But it's important to know that growth policy is not a regulation. It's the community's official policy meant to guide and help manage change for the benefit of residents. This is from the Montana Department of Commerce's policy resource book. And so the growth policy in some other places is known as a comprehensive plan or a comp plan. And the document says here, it really is kind of a guide for making decisions about the future of the community. And as you might recall from some of our past updates, the growth policy in the city of Livingston focuses on 9 areas. And those are the economy, housing, intergovernmental coordination, land use, local services, natural resources, population and community character, public facilities, and transportation. And really how ours, within each of those 9 topic areas, the city of Livingston's growth policy is organized with 1 or more goals per topic area. And then those goals really are supported by 1 or more objectives. And those objectives, you know, there are strategies identified, again, 1 or more strategies for each objective, where in theory, if we execute on the strategies, we will achieve the objectives, achieve our goals, and move the community forward in the way that this community wants to move forward, as evidenced by the over 1,600 pieces of public comment that were submitted during the growth policy process back in 2019-20 and up till its adoption in 2021. And you may also recall that there are, you know, more or less, well, there are 9 strategic outcomes that staff has identified from these strategies. And, you know, they may be a certification or data collection effort, pursuit of grant funding, could be an outreach effort or a partnership, could be programming, could be a capital improvement project, regulatory action, or a study in some cases. And so you may recall within the context of those 9 areas of focus, there were 21 goals identified by the community. Those 21 goals were composed of 74 objectives and 219 strategies. It certainly at over 500 pages is a very powerful document and roadmap for the community. And so this evening, I am pleased to report that of those 219 strategies, city staff has implemented 46 of them. We are in progress on another 100 of them, actively working forward, and that includes things like Parks Master Plan and zoning code update, subdivision regulation review. And then we are in policy development on another 26 of them, which really is kind of the stage kind of before we get into implementation where we're talking about them. And so all said, there are only about 47 items, 21% that we have not really started on. And as you'll see, there are some of those that we will probably pursue additional commission direction. And so, you know, I'm happy to sit here this evening and advise the commission that staff is working on 79% of the strategies identified in the growth policy here about 3 years after we started implementing the growth policy. And so I'm going to do, there are a number of slides in this presentation. I am going to try to provide a bit of an overview on the status of the goals and the strategies. And so I'll introduce each chapter and review the goals and underline objectives and strategies. And so within chapter 2, the population and community character chapter of the growth policy, there were 2 goals identified. Goal 2.1 is to preserve and enhance Livingston's unique community character. And goal number 2 is to make Livingston an arts and cultural destination, paying homage to the rich local history of the area, natural recreations, and our unique natural environment. So in the context of goal 2.1, objective 2.1.1 is to establish community gateways to indicate entrances into Livingston and celebrate its character. There were 4 supporting strategies for that objective. And as you folks may know, or may recall, about a year ago, we did quite a bit of work on the gateway overlay zones. And now these were several of the strategies here were supported by the gateway overlay zone creation. In fact, there are, throughout the document, there are 4 strategies that were addressed through the adoption of Ordinance 3054 in the gateway overlay zone. 2 of those shown here. And so, happy to report that we are moving forward on this, and we are in the policy development stage on developing effective wayfinding signage for locals and tourists to easily find destinations, trails, parks, and parking within the nearby gateways. And you'll note here that the logo and branding update that we accomplished about a year and a half ago, finished up about a year and a half ago, really was one of the predecessor activities that we needed to complete in order to move this forward. It actually, as we look through it, the logo and branding exercise that was actually initiated by the City Commission. So thank you for that. That really helps address 5 of our growth policy strategies here. And so as we move on, goal 2.1 actually was one that had multiple objectives. And so objective number 2 was to develop and enforce policies and procedures to preserve Livingston's historic quality. And so strategy 2.1.2.1 was to continue to meet the requirements for a state historic preservation office. And through the work of our planning director, Ms. Severson, those requirements of the SHPO are currently being met. 2.1.2.2 was related to identifying funding sources and other programs for ongoing historic preservation activities, and also to update codes to promote the historic block and lot and alley development pattern. As you know, we're dealing with that through the subdivision regulation review process. And the subdivision regulation review process really actually is addressing about 16 of the strategies identified in the growth policy. And so we recognize that as something that's incredibly important to recognizing the goals of the community. Similarly, items like strategy 2.1.2.3, update codes to promote traditional neighborhood designs that are compatible with existing neighborhoods. We're addressing that really through not only the subdivision regulation review update, but also the zoning update that is in progress. And in fact, we'll be back before Land Use Board tomorrow evening. That zoning code update will address 18 growth policy strategies as they're enumerated in the document. And so as with subdivision regulation review, it is long work and it's difficult work, but it is worthy work insofar as city staff is working to help the community achieve its goals. Goal 2.2 is to make Livingston an arts and cultural destination, paying homage to the rich local history of the area, natural recreations, and our unique natural environment, as I previously stated. And there are several objectives that support this goal. Objective 2.2.1 is to support and enhance arts and cultural facilities, neighborhoods, and districts. And you can see that we are in progress and have implemented certain strategies here. including 2.2.1.1, which is to encourage and support regular or special programming at historic sites, museums, and other culturally significant places. And in that regard, the city hosts events with community partners and a number of locations and times throughout the year. There are additional objectives that underline this goal. And 2.2.2 is to establish Livingston as a community recognized for its diverse recreational opportunities and parks and trails system. And so there are a number of strategies here that are in the policy development stage or in progress. And you'll see that the Parks Master Plan, which was the subject of a bit of public comment earlier this evening, actually will help us achieve several of the strategies of the growth policy. In fact, as I looked at it earlier this afternoon, I believe that there are about 13 strategies within the growth policy that will be addressed through the creation of a Parks Master Plan. And so, you know, as with the zoning code update or the subdivision regulation review, city staff is undertaking the work necessary to achieve the community's vision. And objective 2.2.3 is to support traditional neighborhood design and active transportation with the single strategy to 2.2.3.1 to promote gridded street networks. And as you know, that strategy is well in progress, not only through the zoning code update, but through the subdivision regulation review process. And so please, if the commission has any questions throughout, don't hesitate to stop and I'll just keep rolling. Or
Can we pause
Sure.
since it's after that section?
Yeah. No.
And then, so there was another part, it had to do with public art. I think it was strategy 2.2.1.2. I think you said that would come through, is that also Parks Master Plan where there's like potential long-term plans of like public art maintenance and, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that is certainly one area where public art helps achieve the goals of the growth policy. And then strategy 2.2.2.3 is to incorporate art and cultural facilities throughout Livingston's parks and trails.
So, okay, so the Parks Master Plan maybe is now we're up to 15 strategies then potentially?
Yeah, quite possibly.
Okay.
It's-
And the
I was
rest
just-
on the utility boxes and stuff, it's also.
Okay, I was just thinking, cause the funding opportunities you talked about, I think were within that, right? Okay,
And that's part of the Parks Master Plan that has
Right.
not been made, you know, we've only made public concepts.
yeah, and it hasn't come to us yet, so, okay. Thank you, sorry to interrupt your flow.
No, absolutely. And please, no interruption. Chapter 3, land use, actually has the most goals of any chapter, perhaps not surprising, given a little intro. But so, again, there are 5 goals here. Goal 3.1 is to prioritize infill over expansion by taking advantage of existing and planned infrastructure such as transportation, energy, water, and sewer facilities. Goal 3.2 is to provide adequate land for anticipated demands in a pattern which encourages infill, compact development, and a mixture of uses. Goal number 3.3 is to conserve environmentally significant areas as well as areas, sites, structures, or objects with historical, architectural, or cultural significance. Goal 3.4 is to encourage the responsible growth of Livingston by evaluating proposed developments against the 10 principles of smart growth. And goal number 3.5 is to rehabilitate brownfields for new development. And happy to report, you know, as you may know, we are well underway on a number of land use issues. Objective 3.1.1 is to encourage higher densities and a wider range of land uses that are compatible with adopted plans and where existing or planned short-range community facilities and infrastructure can support them. And so insofar as we are working to implement strategy 3.1.1.1, which is to encourage additional residential development with density within the downtown area of the city. We've really got 3 tools, I would say, that have been put into place over the last 3 years. One is the Residential Rehabilitation Grant Program administered by the Urban Renewal Agency. The second is the PUD ordinance, and the third really is the zoning code update. And as you can see, looking down this list of strategies, just in the interest of time, I probably will not recite every strategy, but the PUD ordinance, zoning code update and residential rehabilitation grant program certainly have helped us achieve many of these strategies or implement many of these strategies. And so, certainly I look at something like strategy 3.1.1.6, which is to encourage residential developments to provide neighborhood commercial areas serving residents within walking distance. The PUD ordinance, I think has been an effective tool for that. And I think as when the zoning code update makes it up to you folks, you may very well be surprised at some of the different retail/commercial treatments that are recommended for the R2 area. Somewhat in recognition of Livingston's historical development pattern, where we used to have some small neighborhood stores throughout at least the south part of the town. Right? And goal 3.1 continues with several more objectives, including 3.1.2, which is to support economic, social, and environmental links between Livingston, the extraterritorial jurisdiction, and Park County by strengthening regional development planning. And I will say this is one area perhaps where we have not done as much work as we have in other areas. And I guess I would probably offer that this one is an interesting one. Certainly I'll look at strategy 3.1.2.3, which is to maintain existing agricultural uses within the extraterritorial jurisdiction. As people in the room might know, the city does not regulate the extraterritorial jurisdiction. And so we have implemented that strategy as far as the city of Livingston is concerned. Our friends over at the county, I don't know what they're doing to maintain existing agricultural uses within the ETJ, but I sure hope they're doing something. And then similarly, strategy 3.1.2.2 is to analyze undeveloped areas within city limits that are undesirable for development and consider de-annexation. Quite honestly, I think we've had that conversation several times. I'm not certain that that's the path that this commission wants to proceed. But when we get to that, I will come back and pursue direction from the commission on whether or not the city would like to analyze and consider de-annexation of parcels. And then, similarly on objective 3.1.3 to achieve higher levels of economic productivity through diversification, technological upgrades, and innovation, including a focus on high value added and labor intensive sectors. We've done certainly a little bit of work there, but as far as strategy 3.1.3.1, coordinate incentives and or marketing program with local partners to attract wealth building commerce to designated manufacturing centers. The city has not done much work on that, and quite honestly, I think there are probably some other community partners, including some in the room here this evening, that probably are more suitably tasked with that type of work. And so this would be an area where the city will look to work with some of our external partners, again, who may be more well suited for that task. Certainly it's difficult for us to offer any incentives when we don't have sales tax or really any other economic development money, right? And goal 3.2, which is to provide adequate land for anticipated demands in a pattern which encourages infill compact development and a mixture of uses, is one that the city is moving very well forward on, including objective 3.2.1 to locate community facilities where they will best serve the needs of the community. We did use the future land use map in the wellness center siting process, amongst many other tools. And so, and that is certainly a process that we will follow on the siting of future community facilities, as has been discussed a bit with the commission recently. And then partnering with developers to include community facilities to serve new residential, commercial, and mixed-use developments. And I would say that staff has worked through the PUD subdivision site plan review processes. And I would point to the Northtown subdivision, which included some rather large community facilities, as well as the Northtown PUD included significant amounts of park space there. And so happy to report that Director Severson and I actually kind of enjoy that part of the work. Yeah. And objective 3.2.2 is to properly revise the zoning ordinance to allow a mixture of differing but compatible land uses. And as has been discussed, I hope folks will join us tomorrow evening in this room at 5:30 with Consolidated Land Use Board to continue that process. And goal 3.3, which is to conserve environmentally significant areas as well as area, sites, structures, or objects with historical, architectural, or cultural significance. There are several objectives there, and we have done a little bit, but I'll be honest with you, we have not coordinated as much with the local environmental groups to create an inventory of such sites or to map such sites. Although that is certainly on our list of tasks to pursue. Again, objective 3.3.2 in service of goal 3.3 is to provide incentives for property owners who choose to maintain or improve the quality of environmentally significant areas as well as area, sites, structures, or objects with and so I've read that one before. Strategy 3.2.1 is to create a program that provides a residential density bonus for developments that do preserve those environmentally significant sites. And that is something that Director Severson and I worked on reviewing as part of the zoning code update. But again, it's not in there for that. However, the PUD ordinance does provide some bonuses for clustering development.
Pause.
Please.
Backing up to the State Historic Preservation Office. It's waiting for you to breathe. So I could pause. Yeah.
Once I get going, I can go.
What's that?
I said, once I get going.
No, you really should think about being a city manager the way you're into this. That was a good one, huh? Thanks, James.
Punchy.
I know, I'm so funny, guys. So the policy to ensure that the Historic Preservation Office is involved, I think that I believe it wasn't in practice before you were here, but I think it's like not a policy that the commission voted on, but it's like administrative practice now that your folks do every time before a subdivision comes to us, correct?
Absolutely.
So I mean, is this really in process? It seems like to me it's complete because what we were asking for was what has happened. Like we wanted it to be done before it came to us and that's what changed. So.
No, you're absolutely correct. This strategy has been implemented and I would put all the credit really to Director Severson. She has put together a very robust process where we take both internal and external comment on all developments. And so, yeah, thank you. I apologize for the oversight.
No, I mean, this is one that like came up many times when I was on that board and as a commissioner. And so I think it's good to remember that not all policy is big P policy that goes through the commission. Some of it's like small P administrative policy, like practices that, and that's what we were trying to get. And that's what I think you delivered, you and the crew. Okay, so can we change that one when you do you start counting green check marks or whatever?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I appreciate that. Thank you. Goal 3.4 is to encourage the responsible growth of Livingston by evaluating proposed developments against the 10 principles of smart growth. And so the objective 3.4.1 is to adopt smart growth strategies as a policy and incorporate into the city's decision-making process. We've got strategies that relate to amending the zoning ordinance and subdivision regulations. And as you know, those are in process as has been discussed. I guess I'll point out the one that we have not started on this page, which is to create a review procedure and checklist that expressly evaluates adherence to the smart growth strategies. I say that one is not started because, you know, we simply have not put the checklist together, although I will say inherently, we are evaluating all applications that come in against those smart growth principles. I would say as most evidenced by some of the applications that have come before the board and been recently approved. Continuing along in that goal, objective 3.4.3 is to ensure integration of land use and transportation and to carefully evaluate transportation impacts of greenfield development as part of the development review process. We have this as policy development, but now that I think about that, I mean, quite honestly, this is something that Director Severson really has embedded
I think so
in
too.
all of our application reviews. So as with another one that was pointed out, I think this one probably should be strategy implemented.
I think so
And-
too.
And I would point back to the, certainly the Northtown PUD, and the
Exactly.
USDA, annexation processes where.
I think so too.
TISs were, very well, traffic impact studies were very well discussed in both
Mhm.
approval processes.
I also think that there's evidence of it when it went through the process and the information that was needed by the board wasn't available, the board added that as a condition. So when it came to the commission, there was more information for us to be able to make a decision. So I think that that's pretty well dialed in too.
Yep.
Thanks to the board also for that, yeah.
Absolutely. And I will say goal 3.5 is one that we have not done as much work on as some others, which is to rehabilitate brownfields for new development. And quite honestly, having had many conversations with BNSF over the last 3 years and educated myself on a number of topics, I think this is going to be one that's a difficult goal to achieve.
Yeah.
And so it is one that we have not, quite honestly, placed a lot of priority on that for some very real reasons, primarily that the city does not control any brownfield properties, right? And so we would be working with private property owners and private operators in that process. And I quite honestly have not found many owners of brownfield properties that are looking to move forward in that way, right?
Well, I would say, I think when this, and Commissioner Lyons is on, and he was on the planning board when we did all this too, but I think in addition to those spaces, people were thinking about places like Industrial Towel and like some previous industrial spaces that might be changing uses. And so I don't even think that is a brownfield. It was determined, right? And so this would be an interesting one when the growth policy is updated to like revisit that and see like what the community is thinking now that there's more information available.
It's kind of like the Agri Needs building as well. We thought that might be.
Which one?
Across from the Tesla grain elevator.
Right.
Where they put the
Rehabilitated
condos.
ones,
Right,
yeah.
right.
We thought that might be a brownfield site.
I think we're trying to
Yeah.
cast a wide net at the
Right.
time, and so it would
We
be.
say, hey, here's the resources if it's
But
designated.
at
yeah.
that time, we didn't even have like the data.
No,
We didn't have a lot of the data that we have now, so that would be interesting to revisit that one.
But I would also say too, thinking about what a growth policy is, it's
Yeah.
a vision, you
Right.
know,
it's the guide.
it's,
yeah.
well, it's a guide, but it's also a vision, and I would, I don't think it's such a bad thing to have things in your growth policy
I
that you
agree.
maybe don't accomplish, right? And we're visioning, we're hoping about things that might come
Mhm.
about in the future, so who knows, maybe in 10 or 15 or 20 years, some of those brownfields that the railroad has, they will make a decision to do something with. And if that's the case, then the city should be thinking about what they can do to
Mhm.
implement that. So, I mean, I think too,
Mhm.
I think it makes sense that maybe there are a few things in a growth policy that you're just maybe not gonna accomplish, but maybe
Mhm.
that's okay too, so just to
Mhm.
think about it that way.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Continuing along in the brownfields rehabilitation. Objective 3.5.4 is to promote small scale development to allow more people to participate in community revitalization while removing regulatory barriers that disproportionately burden small business or small developers. And we do regularly meet with our community partners, including the LBID and the chamber, to help identify any regulatory barriers. And I look forward to being able to move forward with any regulatory changes that people may feel hinder their ability to develop some of these brownfields. I'm not aware of any at this time, but certainly would welcome community members to bring some forward. Chapter 4 is dedicated to natural resources, and a simple 3 goals here. One is to develop an integrated, comprehensive citywide climate action plan to prepare the economy and general population for the future. Per the Montana Climate Solutions Plan from August of 2020. Goal 4.2 is to enhance overall air and water quality in the area to provide desired quality of life for current and future residents. And goal 4.3 is to protect and manage natural resources, open spaces, and wildlife. Goal 4.1 has several objectives. Objective 4.1.1 is to engage existing communities and local groups on work-related efforts to guide and inform the planning process. And we do know who a good number of those groups are, but I guess we haven't, in my mind, kind of gone through and formally identified all existing committees and local groups. And then objective 4.1.2 is to reduce the impacts of climate change and associated seasonal weather patterns on Livingston's natural systems and promote the responsible use of resources. And you know, as far as these strategies go, I think we've made a good start on certainly identifying and preserving the most sensitive and valuable natural areas. As you know, the city is a partner in the floodplain mapping process with our state and federal partners. At least we were until about a week ago when some of them were sent home. And strategy 4.1.2.2 to reduce the use of water for non-potable uses from all users. Those of you who do subscribe to the newsletter have probably seen some of our reminders to help conserve. And similarly, the new meter technology, as somebody who received a new meter because my old one broke, or at least got a low battery, I can say being able to go online and really actually look at my water usage is a very meaningful and helpful tool that helps me reduce my non-potable uses, but I'm not sure everybody in my household is doing the same thing, pulling in the same direction. Yes. So I got to get them online to see what our account says. And then certainly when we talk about consider setting goals and establishing programs to increase tree cover as a way to reduce the heat island effect and mitigate high temperatures exacerbated by climate change. I'm happy to report that we did complete the tree inventory earlier this year. And now we will need to take that and move into a goal setting process there. And I'm happy to report actually that tree inventory has been completed. So we know the number, health, and approximate age of all trees in the city right of way. As you can see, we are well along on these several objectives here. Many of these were accomplished or will be accomplished by the Energy Action Plan that was adopted by the commission almost about a year and a half ago. And certainly our city newsletters have helped accomplish strategy 4.1.4.3, which is to promote climate action in the community through advocacy, education, and capacity building programs. We have done many other things other than the newsletter, but I think that that's certainly one. And the Energy Action Plan, I think, like I said, is a powerful document. Things like strategy 4.1.4.4 here at the bottom, which is to explore the utilization of renewable energy sources within all public buildings in the city. Certainly, there were some recommendations there that will begin to work their way into our capital improvement plan. And really, I would say that that is something that we will continue. Even things like strategy 4.1.3.2, which is to promote the use of high efficiency and electric vehicles for public and private use. Happy to report not only did we recently purchase an alternative fuel vehicle for use by the WRF staff in their testing. But similarly, Livingston Police Department actually just placed a purchase order for its first alternative fuel vehicle. It fell under the $50,000 threshold, which is why you folks did not see the purchase order.
Wow.
But we've got a hybrid Interceptor SUV on the way sometime in the next year or so.
Great.
What is that used for? The dogs?
Interceptor.
SUVs?
No, it's just actually, I believe, be a normal patrol car, chief.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
How modern and cutting edge of you.
Thank you, Chief. Certainly, as I stated earlier, the Energy Action Plan will help us tackle several of these strategies outlined in Goal 4.1. Goal 4.2, as I noted, is to enhance overall air quality and air and water quality in the area to provide desired quality of life for current and future residents. And certainly, we are in policy development on several. But items like the stormwater PER has helped satisfy strategy 4.2.1.3, which is to identify point and non-point pollution sources such as stormwater runoff, brownfields, underground storage tanks, and diesel fuel spills, and address the resulting water contamination. And certainly, things like strategy 4.2.1.4, which is to assess the percentage and impacts of impervious ground cover throughout the city and explore integrating green infrastructure and alternative runoff mitigation measures into neighborhoods to reduce impervious cover. Certainly, I think the discussions related to the stormwater utility are evaluating impervious surface area and the impacts. As I mentioned, we've got a system development plan or service development plan that is under review or under consideration by AE2S and Headwaters. Continuing on.
Pause.
Yeah.
Is this getting annoying yet?
Okay.
Pausing, okay. So the identify water dependent wildlife habitat and develop strategies to protect them. Do you think that this is gonna be related to like any of the like mapping that's happening? Or like more like the partner outreach?
It's a
both?
mix of both.
Okay.
Really, certainly, the mapping will help us identify some of those areas to look at, but I think there are some other, whether it's Fish, Wildlife and Parks, or whether it's some local, non-governmental organizations in the city, or in Park County. I think we'll have some partners there that will help us identify those wildlife habitats.
I thought that this was kind of already happening.
Mm.
Were you gonna say something? No, I mean, like, I think like the strategies, no, but the identification, like, I feel like maybe it's not happening, but I feel like it's moving in that direction with some of the things that have happened in land use.
Oh, we're certainly moving in that direction. Yes, absolutely. I probably was a little bit conservative in some of my status updates, I will say.
I guess I just have been here long enough that I think like the fact that it's getting addressed at all seems like worthy of
Doing
note.
something.
Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like,
no,
because I feel like
got
some of
you.
these things we're asking for so long.
Yep.
For some of this information to come to commission for decisions, but I feel like some of it's already coming to the commission when we have to make decisions. I mean, we're not there yet with all of the things, but we certainly have way more like infinite more information than we had before, don't you think?
Yep.
Well, I would say too that, and it's probably the city probably hasn't begun so much, but there are other organizations, yes, in the city and the county that are looking at specific areas and doing some of that mapping, and there's more of it to come. So I do think at some point there's gonna be the ability to really like coalesce all that information, which will be incredible.
But we even get things now that we didn't used to get for land use decisions when it comes to like certain species of,
Yeah.
yeah, like we
Have to be P.
we just did not have that information before. So I just think,
Yeah.
I don't know, I just like want to pause because I feel like not started is like not totally accurate.
Are you at 4215?
Yes. Like I know we're not like mapping it, but I feel like we have like the seeds are going in that
Oh, yeah.
like the
Oh,
foundational pieces to this are coming together. I don't know. So it's like it's not nothing.
No, yeah, I guess.
You gotta
probably
have
more
something
in the
to
policy
read that
phase there.
report.
I know, but
Yeah.
I think it's not nothing. That's all.
No, thank you for recognizing the work. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
experience.
As you were.
Yeah, no, moving on. You folks may know that we have several air monitors in operation in the city. And so that has helped us implement strategy 4.2.2.1, which is to set up an air quality monitoring station in the city as population and industrial activities increase. And on goal 4.3, to protect and manage natural resources, open space and wildlife. Certainly we have done a bit on this and continue to work with our partners at Park County, Weed Control, and also MSU Extension in that regard. And so I would also point out that there's some work from the Bee City USA involved in achieving many of these strategies here. Objective 4.3.2 is to protect the riparian corridors to preserve unique wildlife and promote water quality. And I think when we look at strategies like continue to limit development in the floodplain through application of the floodplain regulations, and to protect the Yellowstone River's natural flow and flood cycles, to promote the health of the riparian area and associated wildlife. I look at our participation in things like the Channel Migration Zone update and the upcoming floodplain review process as indicative that the city team is working to address these community priorities. And I, was very pleased that we were accepted into the Silver Jackets levee breach analysis, not only because that provides emergency operational planning for both the police and fire chiefs, but it also helps satisfy strategy 4.3.2.4, which is to consider regular evaluations of the integrity of the levee adjacent to River Drive and the Civic Center Park complex. And we certainly are having one of the most in-depth evaluations of the levee integrity, and hopefully we'll have a solid understanding of just what happens when the levee breaks.
If I may, Mr. Gager, the Silver Jacket study, is that continuing with the way that funding is in this time? I asked that just knowing that, we're also hoping to get our floodplain maps updated, and that seems like it's stalling out. So I'm curious about the Silver Jacket study.
It has largely been put on hold. As of right now, only the local and state partners have funding to participate. Our federal partners at the Army Corps and FEMA are without funding, and so they are not participating currently.
And if I may, Chair, I'm gonna go off a little bit, but because we're right here.
Okay.
I don't know, where folks get their news, but I was watching CBS Saturday morning, this Saturday, enjoying some news, drinking my coffee. And there was a story that was provided that was about hospitals within the United States that are flooding and that have the ability to flood. They highlighted a hospital in the South that was affected during one of the last hurricanes last season. And as they were discussing it, they were discussing the updating of floodplain maps, and and climate change, and then the lack of funding at this point, because of the current funding within the current administration. And then they showed a map of the several dozen hospitals across the country that are in that predicament. And Livingston's hospital was on the map. So I just, I want to just sort of reiterate how important it is for these floodplain maps to be updated and reviewed, and I really hope that our Montana delegation will go to the map for us and other communities across the country to make sure that those projects are funded, because they are really important for communities, rural communities like ours. The hospital that was pictured in that story looked an awful lot like our hospital, and they were evacuating people from the roof. And first responders were in boats attempting not to drown. So I really hope that we have the ability to continue these mapping. Thank you for that, and I'll stop there. But thank you for your continued.
Well,
You have no control over that.
I appreciate you sharing
Yeah.
that news story with me, Commissioner Kale. That was actually a very insightful video I watched this afternoon. Objective 4.3.4 is again one of those that we necessarily maybe haven't done as much work as we could have to ensure that the extraction of sand and gravel resources throughout the region will not negatively impact the surrounding ecosystem, nearby residents, or landowners. We've got two strategies there to coordinate with adjacent jurisdictions to ensure that restrictions are in place on sand and gravel operations in areas that pose a threat to water quality. Happy to report there are no sand or gravel operations in city limits. And also happy to report that the city and county planning staffs meet regularly to review issues and projects and processes. But as we've said earlier this evening, the county does not have zoning And so, it's my understanding there are few to no regulations in place there. And so we will stand by, and when the county is ready to work on that, we will be a willing and happy partner there. Some conversation earlier this evening about trees, and objective 4.3.5 is to sustain and improve the health and diversity of trees and other flora throughout Livingston. And as you know, we certainly appreciate the urban forest and all the work that those before us did to create it, which is why we are in progress on strategy 4.3.5.1 to ensure trees on city lands are well maintained and healthy. As I mentioned, the tree inventory was completed earlier this year, and we have a tree maintenance plan. And actually, we are preparing to begin work on an integrated pest management plan as well. It's a requirement of our Bee City USA status. Something I've seen in other areas, and so I'm actually excited to start that with the team here. And then you know, as I mentioned, the gateway overlay zones, strategy 4.3.5.3 was to consider adding requirements for trees in the gateway overlay zoning. Happy to report that the gateway overlay zones do include tree requirements, and rather robust tree requirements as well. And similarly, 4.3.5.6 all the way at the bottom, pursue pollinator friendly designations such as Bee City USA. And as I noted, we are a Bee City USA. And so,
Do we have I thought we had a draft emerald ash borer action, well, some sort of plan that came from the tree board from like way back when, but I think that might have been before we had 2 arborists. I'm not sure.
yeah, so there was the workings of a plan.
Okay.
Like you said, kind of a draft framework. We have not picked that up and run with that. We do, as you noted, have 2 arborists on staff, and at the Montana Park and Rec Association meeting that we attended pretty recently, gosh, I think it was in April. I know Superintendent Skaggs attended a number of conversations related to emerald ash borer, and is tracking what other municipalities in the state, including Billings. You know, they're a bit east of us. We expect that they'll be the first big city that gets hit when they get hit. And so we are monitoring the progression of the emerald ash borer over there, and also working to understand what some other cities are doing and how they intend to fight it. It's an interesting one. There are certain shots that can be put
Right.
into a tree, but they're pretty expensive and they're not very long lasting. And so there's a little bit of discussion, kind of within the Parks and Rec industry, about whether emerald ashes really are a tree that should be here, or if there are hardier or other trees that are maybe a little less susceptible to, you know, kind of known invasive species. And so I'm getting pretty far down the rabbit hole here, but there's some evolving conversations, evolving science in regards to this one.
That's what I remember too. And I think is this,
It's like $5,000 a tree or something. at
and
one
I
point,
don't
yeah.
know that it's
And was it, yeah.
super effective at the goal. But would this be like related to like the tree maintenance plan and thinking about like when trees are replaced, like what to replace them with? I think that's part of the plan, right? Is to diversify the urban forest.
Yes.
Okay.
And you may recall from your time on the tree board, that the city does maintain a planting list of small, large, and medium diameter trees. That was developed not only with the tree board, former tree board, but also our staff arborists as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're like, what I'm hearing you say is we don't have a plan, but we also have more staffing than we used to have. So some of these things are being already monitored. Great.
Oh, yeah, so the emerald ash borer is very well on our radar screen, but yes, we have not created an action plan. And so that's why it is not started, but I guess I probably have undersold this one too. We're
Yeah, you
certainly
did.
within
I think
the
so
policy
too.
development framework.
Right.
It's like the little P policy. I think like, I'm just reflecting like on how, when this plan was passed, there's a lot. The organization is different than what it was at that time. Like we have more staff, we have more capacity. And there's a lot happening that doesn't need to go through the commission anymore.
We have eyes on it. It's coming, yeah.
Right.
Well, and we're doing things in preparation,
Yeah.
like diversifying the
Right.
the urban forest, whether it's
Yeah,
with
we've already
Overlit
we've already come up with that. you know,
or with,
Tree plan.
or with Livingston Love Trees, who's planting a
Mhm.
you
Yeah,
know,
exactly.
it selects a diversity of trees that gets planted every year from that list, so,
Right.
no.
As you may recall, chapter 5 is dedicated to housing. And as you may recall, housing was one of the priority areas that was identified in the initial
Yeah.
implementation plan back in early 2023. Quite simply, there is one goal with housing in the growth policy, and that is to provide housing options to meet the needs of all residents.
Right.
And I believe we've got 5 objectives in that regard. The first is to review city ordinances to identify modifications required to meet the community's housing needs. And we certainly are well underway with things like the zoning code review, which is specifically called for in strategy 5.1.1.4 to review and amend zoning ordinance and subdivision regulations to identify legislative changes required to provide housing that meets the needs of all residents. And so not only are we doing the zoning code review, we also have the subdivision regulation review that we started earlier this year and we'll pick up as we complete the zoning evaluation. You know, so we are very well along, certainly with implementing the recommendations of the Housing Action Plan, which was appended to the growth policy. Then objective 5.1.2 to evaluate the impacts of vacation rentals on Livingston, and has that one strategy to explore creating a policy to regulate short-term and vacation rentals. And for folks interested in that, I'd encourage you to come to this room tomorrow at 5:30 and join the conversation with the Consolidated Land Use Board, because it will be a good one. Objective 5.1.3 is to ensure the consistent and timely enforcement of building codes. And we all met Brad earlier this evening. Brad is one of 2 city staff that are properly trained and have resources available to ensure timely enforcement of building and zoning codes. And Brad spends a good portion of his day doing that, and he is very well trained. 5.1.4 is to promote a mix of housing within neighborhoods that supports a variety of household income levels, household age groups, and housing types. And we certainly have worked with HRDC on their community housing needs assessment, which helped inform a lot of the staff work and conversations with folks like the Northtown PUD, Sheep Mountain PUD, and others, to really ensure that there is those mix of housing types. Similarly, the city staff has worked with groups like Park County Housing Coalition and others to promote ADUs within the city. And our zoning code certainly will continue to support ADUs in the city moving forward. Things like strategy 5.1.4.5 to facilitate the rehabilitation of older housing units by creating a housing rehabilitation initiative within the URA district. We have the residential rehabilitation grant program. The city does not operate such programs outside of that district, although we are aware that entities like HRDC and others do. And we certainly work with them to make that known to community members who may be seeking that type of work. And 5.1.4.6 is something that also was noted by a public commenter earlier this evening, to assess the current provision of official safe shelter options for those experiencing homelessness. And I'm happy to report that in my first recommended budget, I did recommend funding the Warman Center operations, and that has carried on. And similarly, happy to report that the Park County Drop-In Center has not only become operational, but they've moved into their own space. And so they are kind of a daytime safe shelter option for members of our community. 2 great resources.
Why is 5.1.4.4 say in progress? What else would you do there? How is that not implemented?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess there you go.
I think it's more like ongoing, right?
Yeah,
So it's implemented.
that's implemented. Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate you keeping me honest here, Vice Chair.
Yeah, well, I mean, we spent a lot of time making this and looking it over. Like, I know Commissioner Lyons is on here paying attention to, like, we spent hours on this, so yeah. almost as much time as it took to grow my children.
Oh.
I think it was like 1.5
Oh, I was
two
gonna say
kids, I think.
Yeah.
You see what I'm getting at? So yes, I noticed the details.
And objective 5.1.5 is to create housing programs to retain employees, the elderly, and long-term residents. And certainly the work with Park County Housing Coalition has been to address many of these, including evaluating the workforce housing program, items like a community land trust, land banks, and other funding mechanisms. And so I'll say, in addition to the Housing Coalition, myself and actually Vice Chair Newts, you've been to a few meetings with the State Board of Investments as we work to explore local, state, federal funding mechanisms to aid in the creation of affordable housing. And so we continue to have those meetings with the Board of Investments. And I know they're interested in helping out in Livingston. I believe they already are on a PUD in a funding way. Chapter 6.
So glad we have an administrator to have those conversations, though, just saying, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
thank you for your
happy to serve, and also you can do that.
Chapter 6 is related to the economy. Goal 6.1 is to strengthen and diversify Livingston's economy by supporting industries and initiatives that increase employment opportunities and personal income. Goal 6.2 is, as a major gateway to Yellowstone National Park, enhance and manage the city's tourism and hospitality industry to strengthen its economy and quality of life. And within the context of Goal 6.1, there are several objectives, including 6.1.1 to support existing local businesses and to increase use of the local revolving loan fund to facilitate existing business expansion and job creation. The commission may recall earlier this evening that we had a budget adjustment, and part of that budget adjustment was actually because the funds due to Park County Local Development Corporation were related to the revolving loan fund, and because they had been so successful putting out loans that they actually were due more money. And so Trent and Marianne over there at MSU Extension have just been doing a bang up job getting those loans out and making sure that they perform. And so they were entitled to a little more money out of that.
So now you change it after tonight to dark green strategy implemented.
I think we probably see them. Yeah.
Good job, guys. Look at us doing it in real time. Commissioner Willich?
Even 6.1.1.2 explore incentives. Didn't we discuss having, what was it, there was businesses that had, I remember that conversation in our zoning. I wanted to say there was businesses that have and here.
He's getting his thought out.
1.1.2, we discussed having in a zoning conversation about businesses that had apartments, I wanted to say, that were in the back of the business or upstairs of the business. So that may be in progress instead of not started.
Because it has a zoning code update.
Right.
Yeah.
No, and absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Welch. Appreciate that.
Are you making these edits? Or are you gonna make 'em?
I'm making the notes, yeah. Yep. Happy to report that on 6.1.2, support continuing adult education to develop a more skilled workforce.
Yeah.
Not only do I meet regularly with our local superintendent, but actually had the opportunity not that long ago to meet with the new MSU president and talk about the value of vocational education and the importance of it. And I look forward to seeing what they come up with over there.
And isn't there a new hospitality program that's just
There is.
coming out? That I think was partially funded by AB West.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But also, there was a program through the Montana Department of, was it Commerce? Or no, it was Public Instruction
Oh, yeah.
that stopped during the COVID time, but didn't you say that staff was looking at that again? So isn't that in progress? Cause it's like the workforce training.
Yes, this one is specific to adult education.
Oh,
I
yeah.
believe that workforce training, I think that program was actually more high school and college student specific, if I'm not mistaken. But
Oh, I guess I read this local school system and you meeting with the superintendent as being inclusive of that program.
yeah, I suppose you're right, yeah, support local school system. Yeah. So, yeah, I would say you're probably. I will add that to our
Okay.
list of things. that
I know
we-
there's like a lot of happening, more than one person can keep in their head, I think.
Objective 6.1.3 to reassess needs of anchor businesses to accommodate their long-term needs and retention. The city has hosted business roundtables with local businesses as part of the downtown business owners we had breakfast. And as you may recall, the city has provided the Chamber of Commerce $8,800 to
Right.
host such events. And fortunately, I will look forward to an update from the chamber at another time.
Mhm.
In 6.1.4 is to increase efforts to partner with Montana Rail Link to rehabilitate surplus railroad property and integrate it into the community. And I would say that I'm happy to report that strategy has been implemented. And we actually have an example where we have rehabilitated surplus property into a parking lot for a community facility. And in the future, we expect that additional railroad land will be rehabilitated and incorporated into community facilities.
Amazing.
Related to that project as well.
Does MRL, I don't think MRL exists anymore though, as an entity.
So MRL does exist still as a legal entity. It's just wholly owned by BNSF. at this
Understood.
point. Yeah. It's a funny thing about railroads. They don't often die because they're regulated by the Surface Transportation Board. And so they may get bought up, but that railroad still exists.
Gotcha.
So interesting.
Most times. It's tough to dissolve a railroad. Objective 6.1.5, plan for and attract new investment into the downtown district to support local businesses. We talked about things like wayfinding signage earlier, and we've talked about things in the past like developing a parking strategy that was done as part of the downtown master plan. And really the downtown master plan helps satisfy several of these. In fact, 6.1.5.3 was to explore creating a downtown master plan focused on the urban renewal district. And well, that's just what we did. As you may know, we have done quite a bit of work in this regard. Certainly, we've heard from Prospera several times, and you might recall the Commerce CTAP Technical Assistance Program has been here as well. I will take full responsibility. I have not necessarily engaged with the state trade representative to market the region nationally and internationally as well as I could have. And so I will add that to the list of things to do is to reach out to the state trade representative. And certainly, you know, in objective 6.1.7, strategy 6.1.7.2, explore ways to increase capacity of the city's economic development division. The city has not had an economic development division in many years, predating my time here. Although I will say Director Severson and I try to split those duties as best we can. But that may be something to contemplate during future budget discussions, whether or not the city would like to, you know, activate and build a robust economic development division. You know, I see the benefit of it certainly for the community. It's without a sales tax or other you know, kind of business drive taxing mechanism. I welcome the commission's input in the future on that topic. And in so far as goal 6.2 is to enhance and manage the city's tourism and hospitality industry to strengthen its economy and quality of life. I think we're doing a lot in that regard, and believe it or not, the Parks Master Plan really has quite a bit to do with items like strategy 6.2.1.1, exploring improved access to the Yellowstone River recreation opportunities, such as riverfront parks, boat ramps, and islands, while respecting and protecting the natural environment. Certainly, the Parks Master Plan will have elements there, and also the related strategy 6.2.1.2 to organize nature-based events and programming to promote community culture. We are doing some of that through the rec department's current programming, and look forward to opportunities to expand upon that through the Parks Master Plan process. Again, 6.2.2.
When,
Please.
sorry,
No.
but not, sorry. I think like one thing that we talked about, we talk about at length in these meetings, but they're not always meetings that people come to, is the protection of the natural environment through parking specifically. And I know like there's some obvious places, but also even in our public parks, that's something that's come up. So I wonder if like when we do get to the parks master plan, when it comes in front of the commission, if we could remember talking about parking in the context of like protecting the public spaces, since it's,
Impervious surfaces, you know,
well,
that kind of
I
thing.
think like anybody that's been to a farmer's market can see that like people are driving like where
Parking
the
wherever
birds
they-
are. Yeah, like they're driving like on the lagoon, like
Yeah.
parking near the lagoon, or like maybe places that weren't intended to have parking. So just a thought, like,
If I may, I think the National Park Service has a good way to talk about that. And when people pull off on the side of the road where there's not a pullout, you're creating destruction of the resource, right? You're you're driving on places that you shouldn't be. You're trampling natural vegetation. You're probably creating a good spot for weeds to be. And probably killing baby trees too. And so I think that there's probably a good way to talk about it from their perspective, to talk about how we destruct resources in a way when we don't park in places that are actually meant to be parked in, or taking,
Ditches.
or, yeah, or just like, or but taking.
Yeah.
Taking a wide swath and just deciding that you're gonna drive your car over to a picnic table and unload it, that's probably not the best decision. So those are maybe ways to think about discussing that.
No, I absolutely appreciate the comments, commissioners. Sounds like maybe you've been hanging out with our park superintendent, because, yeah, we were just talking about repairs to Miles Park from the turf repairs from the farmer's market, the impact of the farmer's market. We actually have a rather large part of Miles Park, the dog park where the farmer's market is, that will get some turf repairs. And I'll also point out, you know, across from the tennis courts, I read an article earlier today from a member of the local press who discussed how he parks on the east side of Yellowstone across from the tennis courts to attend tennis matches. Appreciate his transparency and his honesty, but there's actually no parking over there. And that's the reason we don't have grass anywhere near the fishing hut or on the east side of Yellowstone along the lagoon, because we have people that park there. And whereas if we had potentially some formalized parking areas, not only would we not have the loss of grass in certain areas, but the encroachment of the parking area where it's intended to be out into the grass there would cease to, you know, continue to encroach. And so, yeah, parking is hugely impactful, not only in the downtown, but also in the parks. And so I appreciate the comments, Vice Chair Nunes.
yeah, and I was thinking, you know, maybe that, it seems of particular interest, so to the commission, because it comes before us, and also people do talk about the lagoon and wanting the lagoon to be like tidy and clean, maybe forgetting that like parking a car next to an area where it's running off into the lagoon is like not compatible with that goal. So I wonder if when you have those updates, if you could, you know, like the updates on what staff has to do to maintain those parks in the current state, or like how it impacts things like the lagoon, because those are expensive fixes. We, every time the price tag for the lagoon comes up, it's why it gets put off, because we have other needs that are more pressing than the lagoon. So if you ever have a package to come before us of that information, that would be really interesting to see and make that conversation happen in a public space, I think.
Oh, I absolutely, I can tell you that Superintendent Skaggs will be very happy to talk about the, really the damage that automobiles cause in across our park system. Just from parking wherever they want, and, you know, in many cases, just driving into the middle of the parks. So folks can enjoy it in a different way, I suppose.
Yeah, it'd be interesting.
Yeah. No,
There's like, there's expensive things underground that people might think about, like the watering systems. not-
Irrigation.
Yeah, not
areas.
cheap, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I appreciate the question.
Actually, I was in parking.
And so objective 6.2.3 is to make a good first impression to visitors. I would thank you for your work with the logo and branding project, again, as I said, that has wrapped up. It really has, I think, has presented the city in a bit of a different way, and certainly that new logo is rather identifiable out there on vehicles. So certainly our work here, I think, continues on making a good first impression. Chapter 7 is related to local services. Goal 7.1 is to continue to provide a robust first response network to the city of Livingston, and goal 7.2 is to ensure that residents' needs are met through local services. Objective 7.1.1, I kind of scratched my head on this one, to implement computer aided dispatch system for police, fire, and EMS. And as Chief Hard knows, because he oversees dispatch, we do use computer aided dispatch in our dispatch center. And so, this objective has been satisfied, and we are pursuing state and federal grant opportunities. That is part of the work that our IT department does, as was discussed earlier. And continue to coordinate with Park County on implementing recommendations of the pre-disaster mitigation plan and community wildfire protection plan. And quite honestly, I said, we're not started on that because neither the chief nor I could locate their community wildfire protection plan at the county level. And so I'm talking about Chief Chabelhouse, a different chief. And so that's one that we are working with our friends here in the Office of Emergency Management to get started.
Are you participating in the community? I'm sorry, there's a plan that is being worked on, that is a fire plan, and it's CPP. The county's working on it, and other organizations are working on it. I think even maybe Headwaters Economics. So I'm just curious, I can get the proper acronyms. There's an awful lot of acronyms in our lives right now, so I'm sorry that I'm not recalling that as
Especially in government,
quickly
yeah.
as possible, let me get the proper information to you, because it seems like something that the city should be participating in too, and maybe that would help actually satisfy this strategy.
I would appreciate any information you have in that regard.
I think the first one should be marked then. If you guys are already doing that, it's not in progress, it's done.
Yeah, it is done. Objective 7.2.1 is to support local educational needs of the community. And as I mentioned earlier, I am a part of the Superintendent's Advisory Council. We get together frequently. Outside of that as well, actually, Superintendent Johnson and I, he's been a great strategic partner of the city. And as the school district has been for many years. In fact, not everyone knows that Miles Park didn't always belong to the city. While it was donated to the city by the Miles family, the city of Livingston actually traded it over to the Livingston School District a number of years ago, and then it came back to the city in 1965. So that's a piece of land that has traded hands several times since it was originally donated to the city. And so I enjoy the relationship with the school superintendent and helping support the local educational needs of the community. And I'd say Vice Chair Newts and I have gone in and taught a government class or two in the last couple of
Every year.
years. And, at the high school level, and I do it at the 5th grade level as well.
Go you.
And I enjoy the opportunity.
Also, I would add, doesn't Director Tar do a ton of stuff with the schools?
Oh, she absolutely does. And quite honestly, Director Rubin, our HR director, she and I have a meeting on Thursday with the work-based learning.
That's what I was thinking of,
folks.
work-based learning. Yeah.
And so, yeah, we've got a number of employees who are Park High grads, including the police chief here.
What?
Go Rangers. And so we recognize that the people who are born and raised here probably are
Pretty
great
awesome.
employees. Yes, exactly, because they've got housing and they've got love for the community. And so we're always looking for ways to bring Park High grads into the city of Livingston.
That's awesome.
I think there's a lot to be said for what the rec center's doing. I think she's doing a lot to work with the schools, so when the wellness center, when it is up and running, can be a different story than other wellness centers in this state. I mean, she's really
Yeah,
front
just what
loading the
she-
work.
With what she's doing now even, yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
I mean, like, I
Yeah.
think she's like, I think that's really important, because that's like an unmet need that the school district has come before us repeatedly, like, we've had principals and teachers coming to the meeting saying they want our help in this way, and I
Yeah.
think she's like really she's carrying a load for all of us.
Yeah.
I think it's just important to like, she's not my staff person, but I see the work she's doing.
Recognize
for the
it,
city.
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
The entire team down there, you know, it's not just
Yeah,
Maggie, she's
yeah.
got Susan and Julie there.
To be fair, that's just what I hear about.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely.
Everybody knows Maggie, I think.
Yeah, no,
Pretty
and,
much.
yeah, you know, Maggie and I had a number of conversations, not only with the superintendent, but also with the SGMS principal and athletic director at the time about how the city could support the basketball and volleyball programs better as they expanded them this year. And, so we had some scheduling meetings and kind of all brought our schedules to the table and helped rejigger things so that we could provide kind of a better community experience across the board.
She started that other program since I think we passed the growth policy, didn't she? What are they, the football team?
Oh, flag football.
She started that program
Mhm.
too, which is huge, right?
Well, she revitalized it. you
It like
know,
it got like a whole bunch of money in. from-
Yeah, through the NFL, and specifically the Arthur Blank Foundation.
Yeah. That was
Atlanta
her.
Falcons.
I think
Yeah.
that was her.
Yeah, it was her.
Yeah, Maggie and her team are great assets to the community. It's hard to believe that really there's only 3 full-time.
I know,
staff.
Just
I
like the,
know.
just like the water reclamation.
Yeah,
person,
exactly.
like,
We're a lean and mean organization.
No.
And we do support services that meet the needs of the aging population in accordance with objective 7.2.2. I do quite a bit of work with not only HRDC, but the Department of Revenue and Health and Human Services at the state level, enjoy office space within the city of Livingston City Hall. And similarly, I coordinate with my counterpart over at Livingston Healthcare and also my counterparts over at the Senior Center to ensure that not only are we promoting their services throughout the community, but we're also working to meet those unmet needs of the community. And so that's work I'm happy to do. Similarly with
I just feel like I know that you're putting in progress, but like these were things that weren't happening before at all. So like, I do not mean to keep like, I don't even know, like like hammering the same nail or something. I don't mean to like keep driving the point home, but like, as a commissioner, we had these on the list because it wasn't happening at all.
Right.
From where we were sitting. So I would not put these as in progress. Like, I would say you've like, maybe ongoing is a better word, but it's happening. It's not like something that's going to be initiated. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think probably I was maybe a little more conservative than I needed to be on a few of these.
And I think like from my perspective, this was like blank when we passed this.
Mhm.
I would agree.
So
And yeah, when writer, we do support that.
I just think it's important to give like,
Ongoing.
and it's important to give credit where credit's due. Like staff has really like stepped up in a lot of these
Yeah.
spaces and they should be acknowledged. So.
Thank you. Similarly with the disabled population, I do a little bit less work with some of these organizations. They're really just not as present as in the community. And I will pledge to do a little bit more work with some of our disability partners here. And certainly support services that meet the needs of people experiencing mental illness. I think we certainly not only are working with LHC and a number of others, but really I left off of this page is any mention of the mobile crisis response. Team.
Yeah.
And I think we will have an update from the mobile crisis response team program manager at the next meeting. And I think you'll see just how well we're trying to work to meet those folks' needs. Similarly, the support services that meet folks experiencing hunger and or homelessness. And I would say not only do we work, as I mentioned, with DPHHS and HRDC for the Warming Center, we also do work with the folks over at the Park County Drop-In Center as well. Just to make sure that they're supported and have the resources they need.
Would you just keep adding in like ongoing,
Yeah.
like an ongoing category or something?
Yeah, absolutely. Because we really are promoting their services. I think we had something
Yep.
for the drop-in center in the last newsletter, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I think this is all ongoing.
And, yeah, so these ones have been implemented, and I would say, the same with, the needs of people experiencing abuse.
Yep.
You know, I know Chief Hart and his team do a lot of work with Aspen, and others. And honestly, I'm thankful for their work. Chapter 8 is related to transportation, and there were 2 goals with quite a few objectives here. Goal 8.1 is to ensure the trail and sidewalk connectivity within and around the city. And 8.2 is to create a complete and well-maintained transportation network within the city. And so, as noted here, objective 8.1.1, ensure trail and sidewalk connectivity within and around the city. We are well along on that. 8.1.1, adopt an ordinance requiring sidewalks on new developments within the city.
That's
It's
good.
actually not an ordinance that requires that. It's in part the subdivision regs and in part the design standards, the public works design standards, just to be clear on that one. And evaluate the creation of a matching fund. Actually, that was included in the budget recommendation this year that was adopted by the city commission. And so we do have a fund that exists within the context of the Urban Renewal Agency, but we are also working within the context of the Street Maintenance Fund to create a matching program that matching grant program that you folks may hear more about, especially as we move forward towards the Montana Street Rebuild Project with the state of Montana as part of the urban route system. And certainly, you know, we have talked a little bit about strategy 8.1.1.3, which is to explore the creation of an SID, a special improvement district, to help fill the gaps, potentially a citywide improvement district. That's certainly something that we've talked about at this level, and staff and I continue to do so as well. And so, like I said, we are really starting to take a look at sidewalk connectivity in FY26. Again, 8.1.2, make streets safe for all modes of transportation when planning for future developments and rehabilitation of existing transportation infrastructure. And so explore developing roadway standards that accommodate bike, auto, pedestrian transit. We actually already do have those standards. It's our public works design standards. And as we finish up the subdivision regulation review, those public works design standards will get a fresh review as well. As far as identifying the pedestrian and bicycle corridors and doing walk and bike audits along identified corridors to determine necessary upgrades. Happy to say not only has the city performed some walk and bike audits, but we've also collaborated with MDT on some walk audits as they relate to strategy 8.1.2.3 and the ADA improvements throughout the city. And I'll also note here, not only are we working with MDT on the Park Street corridor from Billman to I Street, Billman to H, in that area on ADA improvements. That was also one of the large focuses of the city's Parks Master Plan that is underway. And I will say one that's probably received some of the most consternation. You know, aside from the parking lots that we talked about earlier, within the survey, there's some feedback on the number of, you know, kind of concrete sidewalks and concrete walking paths. And it's not something that, you know, city staff or the consultant team, you know, just thought of or dreamt of. It really is actually to increase ADA accessibility within the park system. And to be clear, we are doing that in response not only to this strategy, but also to just best management practices in the industry that say that our parks should be accessible by all members of the community, not just the most able-bodied among us. So
I think those I would almost put as ongoing though too. I would say that there's been some really positive feedback by some of the initial improvements from audits, like particularly identifying Lewis Street, because it's like easier to ride on because of the way the stormwater infrastructure in the streets was built when the town was made. And then I mean, I'm hearing the positive murmurings of people on the north side that walk about like some of the improvements that are gonna happen there to that particularly dangerous crossing from the underpass. So I think like that's gonna be really exciting. And that, like, that's a huge win and that you did that, you and whoever on staff did that, right, with Montana Department of Transportation?
Yeah, and actually, I'm pleased, we're hoping at the next meeting, we will have a contract for you folks to approve. With a contractor for the installation of some rapid flashing beacons on Park Street, including one at the Park and Main Street intersection.
Good.
You know, I hope I don't get lynched for saying this, but, MDT has approved a bulb out on the north side of Park Street, to house a rapid flashing beacon to help narrow that crossing down for pedestrians, because we do know that a lot of, children walk to school and it's very difficult to see them. And also they're at risk from folks trying to go around somebody making a left turn, down Main Street. And so, preventing that right around the Texas turn lane, as people call it. Preventing that move, I think, will be an incredible improvement to.
I mean, somebody,
pedestrian
that's
safety.
where somebody was hit.
Yeah.
Like it was somewhere around there, right? Like that's right there.
Around car, you don't see the
It's right
pedestrian
there.
get hit.
No.
I think Chief Art will tell you, that's a very common, call location that we respond to.
That's sad. I mean, that's like that's meaningful. I think that's really good.
Yeah.
Like that's significant.
One
not
those for
simple.
so long, just the beacons alone, you know.
I
just-
know.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
really good.
so we're, like I said, we're.
Good.
out
I didn't
with-
know it was that far along. Great.
Well, yeah, we had the conversation and you folks directed me to work
Yep,
with
I
everybody.
remember.
So, the director of there, Director Dorrington, can't thank you enough, Director. Him and his team, acquiesced and gave us the okay to put a bulb out, at
Great.
least on the north side.
Yeah.
of
Well,
Park at Main.
Since that's gonna come up, do you wanna just address right now what MDT said about snow removal? Because like, that's gonna be the first thing most people ask when they hear about,
It's MDT's road, so yeah.
I know, but I mean,
Mhm.
Yeah, and they, actually their local maintenance chief was involved in the decision-making process, as he should have been. And yeah, they have the ability to clear snow with a tight shoulder because, not 100 yards from where the, Main and Park, intersection bulb out will be on the north side. Main narrows down with the depot and the depot sidewalk. There's kind of a natural historical bulb
Yeah.
out there that shortened the pedestrian travel distance from the depot into downtown. And so while the maintenance chief had some concerns, he certainly recognized that they're able to clear snow in the current condition anyway. And so this really isn't much of a change to the current condition. And so that said, the city did commit to, as we do already, supporting MDT in the plowing of Park Street. So,
so
cool.
plowing will continue as normal.
Yeah, our plow drivers are pretty good. They can handle a little bit of a bulb out on a corner, just as the professional drivers can as well.
Hopefully it
So-
decreases the work for Chief Hard at all on that intersection,
Yeah.
making calls,
And decreases the work of our paramedics and EMTs as well.
right?
Yeah. And helps community members come home safely at night, most important.
Going to school, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
Very exciting.
Insofar as goal 8.1 is to ensure trail and sidewalk connectivity within and around the city, 8.1.4 is to review and update the land use plan to reflect the ability of transportation system to maintain an acceptable level of mobility. And so, strategy 8.1.4.1 is to update the future land use map based on future transportation improvements. And happy to report that in 2026, when the city of Livingston hits the statutorily recommended time to review the growth policy, a new and updated future land use map will be part of that effort. And it certainly will reflect the ability of the transportation system to maintain acceptable levels of mobility. Improve traffic flow to the north side of the city in accordance with the future land use map of the growth policy. 8.2.1.1 is to provide safe and accessible crossings for pedestrians and bicyclists across the railroad tracks. We talked a little bit about the below grade crossing and or the related Main, and Park, crossing. I'm also happy to remind the community, not only did we, do improvements to Fifth Street earlier, this summer, but last Tuesday, our streets department or streets division, teamed up with BNSF to do some improvements to the Bennett Street crossing
Right.
as well. And next Thursday, the Public Works Director and I will be in a meeting with a number of folks from MDT and also the railroad as we plan for the 2027 expected rebuild of the Fifth Street crossing. And one of the well, there's several large issues in that conversation as far as the city is concerned, not only possibly the implementation of a quiet zone, but also obtaining more land from BNSF to ensure that there is a 10-foot multi-use path on the east side of the crossing, somewhat similar to there is today, but perhaps a little bit more robust and enhanced there. And so as I said, not only are we working on that 2027 rebuild, but also to ensure that bicycle and pedestrian facilities are included in that. And in recognition of the wellness center's creation, we are separately working with BNSF to potentially incorporate a pedestrian pathway, a 10-foot wide multi-use path at the Bennett Street crossing as well in the coming years that would be paired with concrete crossing panels and potentially connect to the O Street connector, providing those community members on the southeast side of the city and kind of the alphabet streets, if you will, an opportunity to get to the wellness center using the O Street connector to a future crossing at Bennett Street and the existing way around there on the Gallatin. So strategy 8.2.1.1 is one I'm very excited about.
Can I just add something because it's not related to transportation, but it's related to that pathway? So like all that maintenance is done by the railroad, right? Like the shrubbery and the plants. So I think people on the north side have talked to you about this before, like the tumbleweeds that build up. I did notice like they cut everything down and it was left on railroad property. Do you know where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that would be like a thing that's like pretty easy and cheap for them. That would be like improve the quality of life for people that live particularly on that Front Street. Yeah, okay. Because it was just like there waiting for the wind to carry it to, yeah, it was pretty gross.
And I'm pleased to report that the railroad has a new roadmaster in the area that we have established, I think, a fairly good rapport with, which is one of the things that helped us do those two crossing improvements this year. And so we have talked to them about material storage in the right of way and beautifying the right of way. And so we're hoping that that makes its way up the priority list at the railroad as well.
It's like a small thing that would probably be meaningful to the people that live and walk. They're there. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm glad you knew about it already.
And 8.2.2 is one that we've discussed here, develop additional grade separated crossings to serve areas of new growth. We have pursued funding and we'll continue to do so. We have partnered with Montana Rail Link, now operated by BNSF, to coordinate railroad maintenance and help reduce costs for all entities. And actually, I think we've really identified some great cost reduction opportunities that allow the railroad to take advantage of their specialties and allow the city to take care of our specialties to create a better product that's cheaper for the community. And so I'm excited to see some of those move forward. And then a reevaluation and amendment of the 2017 Northside Transportation Plan in relation to the land use map and growth policy. We have not started that. You know, quite honestly, that transportation plan probably does need some revisit.
Yeah. An 8 years in or so.
Again, we get into a few of our objectives that are being met by the zoning code and subdivision regulation review updates, along with the update to the public works design standards. And so we are kind of well along on these objectives as well. I would say that 8.2.4 is one, you know, to ensure that bicycle, pedestrian, and trail connectivity is evaluated in all requests for modification or abandonment of public rights of way or access easements. I can say that we are doing that, and typically, as you know, the city does not abandoned right of ways, really for this very reason, is that while they may not be immediately usable by vehicles, bikes and pedestrians certainly, I think, have use for a lot of our right of ways outside of that. 8.2.6 is to support the Big Sky Passenger Rail Authority.
I would say,
Passenger
sorry,
rail.
2.3.2 should really be ongoing, because you guys have caught a lot of things that were missed from the past too.
Yeah. Oh, yes, yes, we have.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I think that that's like been improved greatly. It's already
Thank you.
happening.
I would
Yep.
agree. Yeah, we've really tightened that right of way dedication process.
Yeah.
and easement process as well. So thank you. We will update that one to be implemented. And
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, as you know, we the city of Livingston partnered with Big Sky Passenger Rail. About a month ago, actually, we welcomed all the state to Livingston to talk about Big Sky Passenger Rail and their restoration passenger rail service, possibly in 2032 with twice daily service in each direction from Chicago to Seattle, stopping in Livingston. And as you know, I do sit on the Big Sky Passenger Rail Authority Board of Directors, chair of the governance committee, and involved in the service plan development project. And so we continue to move forward there. Actually, there's some federal legislation out there being promoted by the junior senator from Montana that may actually help this project move along totally with federal funding. So we're actually pretty excited about that over at the authority.
That was a good bringing an event to Livingston too.
Yeah.
I don't know if that, you counted that. That was like specifically from your office.
Oh, yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Did you count that
Yeah, certainly.
in one of the previous goals? I mean, that's like a thing that you actually.
Yeah,
could read.
actually, I guess from a business development standpoint, that was good. Happy to report in the same veins, the MMIA Executive Forum will be here in March as well. I encourage you all to attend.
I think you should.
Yeah.
Keep track. Those are like things you actually can do when there's many things you can't do. But that was.
Yeah, that was the second statewide conference. We also had the Montana Main Street conference here last year. So yeah, the city is working to, while we don't have a sales tax, we are working to support local businesses, certainly the hotels and restaurants and the depot and other space providers.
And send us the invite for the MMIA.
Yeah, I absolutely will. Good news is you don't need a hotel, it's here. And 8.2.8 provides safe roads for people and wildlife, partner with the Montana Department of Transportation and other agencies to reduce the risk of wildlife vehicle collisions in and around Livingston. Again, I work with MDT on a host of issues, but not yet wildlife. I am excited to talk about strategy 8.2.9.1 in service of objective 8.2.9 to mitigate road closure and construction impacts on traffic congestion. Strategy 8.2.9.1 is to explore alternatives to congestion on Park Street when I-90 is closed and continue to work with MDT. I am very, very happy to report that I've had a number of conversations over the last 12 months with MDT on the closures. And in fact, actually about 14 months ago, we had a meeting over in Gallatin County. Chief, you weren't there actually, as Assistant Chief Emmanuel, myself and the Fire Chief went over. And we had a good, long regional conversation about the closures and about ways to mitigate that. We saw some performance changes on how I-90 was operated this year as far as allowing local entities to close the gates when necessary. And I'm happy to report, actually, had a recent follow-up conversation with Director Dorrington about stoplight timing in Livingston, and got word from the number 2 at MDT over there that they have a proposed stoplight timing modification to put in to effect when the highway is closed that would help move the Park Street east-west traffic a little bit more smoothly. MDT will be installing some new controllers on the lights on Park Street so they can help implement this revised timing a little bit, or if they actually just needed to do the revised timing. And so I'm pretty excited to see what MDT has come up with as far as rerouting, or excuse me, changing the light timing so Park Street traffic moves a little bit more smoothly.
How's it gonna impact? You know what I'm gonna ask?
Yes, the north side and
Yeah.
north-south traffic, certainly, and that I think is what's taken them over a year really to come up with this timing is recognizing that they do need to still respect the north side, north-south traffic. And so we will be working with them to communicate the changes to the community when they take effect. And also to provide some tips for local travelers. I would say, without spoiling the rollout, the encouragement will be for those folks looking to cross Park Street to do so at a signalized intersection. Because the non-signalized intersections will be a little bit more difficult to move in and out of potentially.
But for north side, they're only signal
Exactly.
crossing. So you're saying, I mean, is it still gonna be the it's 6 cars if everybody's driving well? You can get 6 through before the light changes.
No, I think their goal is to increase throughput.
Okay. Okay, like so that the north side can get more than 6 cars before, okay.
So I would expect.
We got it dialed in over there,
long
guys.
greens on both of them, but
Right.
we'll find out.
Okay.
Like I said, when MDT rolls out the new timing rubric, we will be there to communicate with the community.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
With your little signs, your little.
Yeah, we don't have the capacity for law enforcement to stand at every light.
No, but they have
Flashing
little
yellow.
signs. They can. like-
No, thank you for bringing that up, Chair Schwartz, because that's a comment that we get and
Why isn't
quite
law
often,
enforcement doing it?
yeah, why don't you get the cops out there and to just move traffic and, we have our hands full dealing with the normal day-to-day calls here
Yeah.
in Livingston. Directing traffic is.
Yeah, and if it's a day where traffic is being rerouted, you're gonna be busy regardless.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, and that's.
even more busy, yeah.
One of the realities is that we are taking 2 lanes of eastbound traffic,
Yeah.
narrowing them down into 1 lane on Park Street, and it's doing the same with 2 lanes of westbound traffic, which is why, in that meeting about 14 months ago, we investigated alternatives like rolling closures that they do in certain other areas.
Okay.
That, just by rolling the traffic a little bit slower on the interstate, maybe at 15, 20 miles an hour, the state could actually buy time to clear the snow off the pass, right? Rather than
Gotcha.
just running everybody into a dead end and getting into a situation like we were on June 7th, 2024, where we had people trapped over there for 24 hours. There are different ways to operate the highway. As I pointed out to MDT, that same storm hit the state of Colorado, and CDOT took I-70 out of service for a total of 4 hours, so that they could control the snow and remove the snow. So I-70 operated for 20 hours that day. I-90 here operated for 0 hours that day. And so there are different ways to do it, different approaches. I am encouraged by what I've heard from MDT on a number of fronts, but this is not the only pass that they are concerned about. It is probably not their highest priority pass either, even on I-90. So.
Washington Department of Transportation closes down I-90 to do avalanche control every winter, and yeah, a couple hours and then everybody's back at it.
Wyoming does it too on I-80.
Yep, it is a particular one.
We're helping them see the benefits of operating roadways a little bit differently than they have historically. Public facilities, chapter 9, goal 9.1, develop infrastructure to enhance community services and improve public safety for Livingston residents. And goal 9.2 is to ensure adequate public parks, trails, and recreation system to support the community now and in the future. So I'll be pretty honest with you. Objective 9.1.1 has to do with broadband connectivity here in the city of Livingston, and we quite honestly just don't do a heck of a lot with broadband connectivity. That is work that is most appropriately done by others at this point. However, when it comes to objective 9.1.2, implement technologies that improve the capacity and effectiveness of all water-based systems. That is certainly something that we have taken head on. As you can see, a number of these strategies have been implemented, including coordinating sanitary sewer replacement and wastewater expansion with increasing growth. And certainly we talked earlier about the city's efforts to promote water conservation strategies, whether it's through the tiered water rates that the city commission implemented, in the last, 2 budget cycles ago, or whether it's in the conservation communications that we put out in the newsletter. I'll also direct folks' attention to strategy 9.1.2.2, explore the creation of a city stormwater utility. That is something that really began before I got here. But you may recall we had a conversation last December with the team from Headwaters and AE2S about the creation of such a utility, and actually just had an update several meetings ago, I think 2 meetings ago, from the team. And I'm pleased to report for the community that work continues. Because we all see those impacts every time it rains and the underpass floods, or some corners certainly over there on East Lewis, see some water backing up. So more to come on the city stormwater utility. Again, when it comes to objective 9.1.3, to develop an integrated and efficient solid waste management system.
Sorry,
Oh, yeah.
not sorry. 0.6, the last one. Water conservation strategies. Your office put out a policy that didn't exist before. Like
That's-
you specified when restrictions would go into place, which did not exist before you, I don't think.
Thank you. I
you're
guess I had
welcome.
forgotten about that one. That was a while ago.
That was another thing we've been asking for a long time, so.
Yeah, the drought mitigation plan, if community members are interested, can be accessed from the website. And and I guess I am pleased, I think we've talked about this perhaps informally. I'm pleased to advise the commission that those water conservation strategies actually seem to have taken root in the last 2 years. The last 2 years since I've been here. This summer was the first summer that our water superintendent and public works director did not approach me and say, Grant, we might be at the point where we need to implement our drought mitigation plan and implement water restrictions. We didn't need to implement water restrictions the prior 2 summers, but this summer it wasn't even a conversation. And that's in part because we noticed that water usage has decreased enough that our reservoirs can reliably refill themselves every evening.
And from the public point of view, like it's clear when restrictions would go into place or not, and that was ambiguous before. I think that's like really important that the public knows, because it's a shared resource. It shouldn't be a secret, like, how close we are to meeting restrictions. So I really appreciate that. Thanks for adding that point.
Yeah, and I will say this downtown CIP is really a great water saving measure. As I think you'll hear at the next meeting from, I think I'll bring Ryan back for the update as we're approaching that one. We found a pretty good section of water main in the main second alley, actually where the bottom of the main had come detached from the rest of the main. And so we were just replenishing the aquifer in that area pretty robustly and shooting enough water across the gap to feed the customers downstream. That's one of those ones you wouldn't know until you dig it up. So the rocky soil here can really accept a lot of water in some places, and that is one. Needless to say, that pipe has been replaced. So here next week. So and then when we talk about strategy 9.1.3 as we were, which is to develop an integrated and efficient solid waste management system. As you folks know, we have really done a lot on this in the current budget year. We are self-hauling to Logan for the last 35 days. We've transported over 1,000 tons of trash using city-owned vehicles with city drivers. And we expect that'll save somewhere in the neighborhood of about $35,000 to $40,000 a month for our ratepayers, which is allowing us to do a number of options or strategies, pursue a number of strategies, including 9.1.3.4 to evaluate creating a citywide composting and curbside recycling program. And 9.1.3.3 to promote at-home recycling and community composting initiatives to divert waste from landfills. You may recall we signed an agreement with Happy Trash Can to create a pilot program, and I actually was out there on Friday with the solid waste team evaluating some different opportunities and taking a look at that composting facility that is working its way into service. And we hope later this calendar year to be able to offer drop off composting for folks, just as we do drop off recycling. So, this is an area where, the city continues to push forward to, recognize the community's desires.
Mr. Gager?
Yes.
I wanna say for 9132. Didn't you guys implement a construction waste diversion
Mhm.
program
Yep,
to go with
Yeah.
it?
that's right. Better add that to the list.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's a good save. Yeah, that's a good
Looking for
one.
that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff.
There is a lot of stuff that's significant.
Yeah, I will say solid waste is one of those areas of city operations that we are evaluating more intensely at the current moment than some others. Actually had a community member, yeah, he lives in Livingston, lives over kind of by me, who works for Waste Management. Waste Management doesn't have any operations in the state of Montana. So he's a little bit more free to work with us and provide some input. So actually had a great conversation with Gabe on Friday, and look forward to continuing on that positive working relationship with a community member to help us rethink some of our operations out there.
There's huge strides in this one,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Research.
Yeah.
Really,
Some big money savings too.
gosh.
Oh, there's huge money savings in solid waste. Yeah, absolutely. You know,
I mean,
just
that we've saved too, like there's,
oh, yeah, while we're talking about it, we were paying Republic almost $76 a ton to haul and dump. We are paying $26 a ton to dump. And our internal cost is about $10 a ton to haul. So we've cut our costs to haul and dump by about 50%.
A lot.
And we've increased the reliability of service.
Yeah.
We had a driver run 3 loads over to Logan today. And so we didn't have to shut the transfer station today. We won't have to shut it tomorrow from having a full tipping floor. So.
Cool.
So we're also offering more better services at this point too,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
And
Because
more-
of things like that, the transfer station is not closing, we're gonna have the ability to offer composting to people, so I'm really excited about this.
well, and like the thing that Commissioner Welch brought up with the
Construction waste.
the construction waste and also the transfer hours shifting in the summer, so the days of the week open are different too.
Yeah.
And we have like the recycling, the gates. I can't remember if you were here for that, but I think was that after you?
The gates were put in before me.
Right before you, but not by much.
No.
That's a lot,
Yeah, there's a lot of fun things happening out in solid waste these days.
always.
Yeah.
Fun things and celebrating.
Objective 9.1.4 is to prepare a reliable funding framework to ensure ongoing infrastructure improvements. And I'm happy to report we've got a staff member in the room who is consistently reviewing existing funding sources and tools, and is also working to secure new funding sources to upgrade existing and provide new public facilities and parks and trails. And so I thank
That's
that
a
staff member for
ongoing.
his work there.
That's all ongoing, like if you're gonna add a category, there's things that are.
Yeah, I think that's probably a strategy implemented as much as anything, so, again, probably a little more conservative than I should have been on a few of these. So as we move into goal 9.2, which is to ensure adequate parks, trails, and recreation system to support the community now and in the future. We know that there are a number of issues here that are being served by the Parks Master Plan. Most pertinently, strategy 9.2.1.5, which is to investigate updating the Livingston Parks and Trails Master Plan. And so that is what we are doing. And certainly I think we accomplished strategy 9.2.1.2 to seek public input and feedback on current use of the park and trail system and future capital and programming priorities. That was the step actually that we did a year ago, about 14 months ago, when the Parks Master Plan process kicked off. And we had a number of interviews with user groups, whether it's the Baseball Association, Soccer Association, Livingston Lightning, other user groups, to find out how they use the park. And we took that feedback and incorporated into those concepts that feedback and other strategies, certainly going back to the ADA one, several slides back.
Probably the first one on that page too.
Yeah.
You would change from in progress
Yeah,
to ongoing.
yeah, that strategy certainly I would say has been implemented. So thank you for that. We'll update that. And so, objective 9.2.2 is to support and promote arts and culture in the community while nurturing and attracting diverse talent. And I would say that our recreation department, as we talked about earlier, certainly they are working on strategy 9.2.2.1 every day to advance opportunities and recognize community talent in arts, sports, and other cultural activities. And similarly, 9.2.2.2, Superintendent Skaggs and his team do continue to provide public space and venues for community events and festivals. And we've got some great spaces. Intergovernmental coordination was the subject of chapter 10, and there are two goals there. The first is to plan for future development within the urban-rural interface. And the second is to ensure the seamless provision of services and amenities to residents, businesses, and visitors within the region. And so as we look at objective 10.1.1 to coordinate and collaborate with Park County, I think we are certainly achieving the first strategy to organize and facilitate regular communication with representatives from the county and other jurisdictions to foster interdepartmental dialogue. As you know, we adopted 3 additional chapters of the city county interlocal agreement earlier this evening. That work is a result of the regular communication that I have with all 3 of the county commissioners. However, we have not taken the step to implement the recommendations included in the extraterritorial jurisdiction plan of 2021 because the city does not regulate the extraterritorial jurisdiction at this point. And quite honestly, I'm not certain how much interest there is on the county side of creating a city-county planning board.
I thought we looked at that and we decided no. I thought we did look at that and the commission said no.
We did have some discussions about that when we created the consolidated land use board. So actually, you know, that would probably, I should reflect those conversations there. So.
Cause I think we were explicit, weren't we? I think we were.
Yeah, I think we made a recommendation that was not something we wanted to move forward with.
And so we have taken a lot of steps. I've talked this evening about our conversations, not only with Fish, Wildlife and Parks and MDT. Certainly we've done some work with the Forest Service and the USDA as it pertains to their new facility in town. And certainly we have done the works called for in strategy 10.2.1.4 to communicate and collaborate with those entities responsible for providing services to people experiencing hunger and or homelessness. And similarly, 10.2.1.5 with our emergency medical responders, and 10.2.1.6 with our school districts, and really with the community at large as of 10.2.1.7. Although I do acknowledge the public comments earlier this evening, we could always do better, and certainly I welcome input from the community and how we could do better in that regard. And just when you thought it was over, chapter 11 didn't have any goals, objectives, or strategies in it, but there were 4 land use recommendations. And so I think I would be remiss if I ended this presentation without at least touching upon those. And so recommendation number 1, there were some recommendations to the zoning code. Number 2 were some recommendations to the subdivision regs. Number 3 was to adopt a plan unit development overlay. And number 4, to amend the future land use map. And we are moving forward on all of those. As you know, the PUD ordinance was adopted. The zoning code and subdivision regulation updates are in process. And as discussed earlier, the future land use map will come about as part of the 2026 growth policy update. So we'll start that probably about 8 or 9 months from now. And so I do appreciate your time, commissioners. 70 slides is probably more than a lot of people were expecting on this one, but there's a lot of ground to cover with over 500 pages in the growth policy. And so I do appreciate your patience and understanding as I just help run through some of those and share some of the work that the staff has been doing in the last 3 years that I've been here. And I'm happy to stand for any questions that you may have.
And you're
I
looking at
think you
me.
did pretty good
Okay.
going through, Melissa, pointing out, but
Pretty comprehensive. I appreciate it.
yeah,
Yeah.
I have nothing to add. It's nice to get an update.
That's amazing.
And I, really realize how much progress has been made.
That was the mortem I was talking about earlier, was where are we at?
Yeah.
Where with this document that the
Mhm.
public has entrusted us to follow,
Yeah,
where are we at with it? And I think that's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to see what the percentages look like after the edits, cause I feel like you're gonna be a little more than 77%
Mhm.
yeah.
complete, which is frankly, for a 500+ page, I guess, set of marching orders, pretty damn good.
Mhm.
Yeah. Agreed.
Commissioner Lyons.
I'll just say that I'm really looking forward to seeing how the zoning code update actually accomplishes the implementation that we've looked at. There was a lot of attribution of those strategies to that update, and so I'm really excited to see how the board and community and staff have been able to pull that off. So very exciting that that'll be hopefully coming before us at some point.
It will certainly be before you at some point, sir.
Yes. We're getting closer.
Yeah, I just think it's amazing to see the amount of implementation that we've done. I think it's always a worry that some of these plans get put on a shelf and nothing happens, and I think this commission obviously made it a priority and put it upon you, Mr. Gager, to implement that plan, and so it's been really exciting to see how much you've done, and thank you so much to you and your staff for moving that forward.
I'm like beside myself. I'm thinking back to like when I first got on the commission, and it's almost 7 years ago. In like 9 days, it'll be 7 years ago. Will be my 7-year anniversary. The rumblings of needing the growth policy was just starting. Like there was a real community push to like update the growth policy and get a real one. Get a real one. And the next like couple of years was just, you weren't here, but maybe staff has told you, like, it was like nothing, the lift this community and that planning board that Commissioner Lyons was on had to do to get this thing made. And our biggest fear is that it was gonna sit on the shelf. And then it got passed, and a lot of things happened out of our control, and it sat on the shelf for a while. But like the biggest priorities of the community were in here,
Yeah,
and
Yeah.
it seemed too big to be possible to get like even a sliver of it done or even started. Like I remember people saying it's like too much, it's never gonna happen, it's not possible. We have dreams of like a giant city and we're just a little town, and like it's never gonna happen, it's too big, it's too visionary, it's just too much. And then we were in a situation where we had to like hire a manager, and the commission was clear that this was one of the priorities in those interviews. And everybody was still telling us it was too big, it was too much. And this was like one of several things that we put on that list, and they were all too big and too much. And I'm sitting here like not really knowing the words to say to believe that so many of those boxes are in green, like finished or happening right now. It's a little bit overwhelming. It's really good work. and it's not gonna be perfect, and some people aren't gonna like things. And people are showing up because they're mad about the parks master plan, and I think that's great. Like, this is like one category, and this huge document, most people are not complaining about all of the things. There's just like things that we need to figure out, and it's figure outable. The things people aren't talking about, that they were talking about when I ran for office, they were talking about a growth policy, which is a significant document for any town. I mean, the state has passed laws about it. They were talking about housing. They were talking about things that were like much bigger and scarier. And I think that the city staff has moved forward so many of those things. It's pretty overwhelming for me right now to see how many things were green. The only thing I wish is that we would have seen, like, we're so busy doing the work that I think these moments are important to pause and look back and see how far we've come. And maybe it'd be a little bit less overwhelming if it hadn't been. This is significant.
That's huge.
It won't be 2 years before I bring another data. I can promise you that.
I mean, it's not lost on me, like, how many, like, while all this is happening, you know, like Trace and his team are here, and like, we avoided total catastrophe. That would have been catastrophic, like just nightmarish if those 4 people, 5 people on staff, just like a sliver of staff. It would have been a nightmare. And meanwhile, all this is still happening. I don't even know what to say. Thank you. It doesn't feel like enough. Thank you.
I'm doing.
I don't think that I don't think that's a thing we get to do, is find dinner. We say thank you. Like, this is like the work that the community wanted, and like,
Yeah.
It's done.
you and a bunch of other people on staff and like a group of leaders in our community helped figure out a way to move a whole bunch of stuff forward. And I know it's not perfect and it's not done and it's not all rainbows and unicorns, but like, if you would have asked me however many years ago on the planning board, if we thought we'd be here in 2025, I would have been shocked. I don't know what you would add, but
I have
kind of
nothing to
blown
add.
away. Yeah. It's a lot.
Mhm.
You've been busy. Thanks.
No, thank you, commissioners. It really, I've said it before, it really is a privilege and a pleasure to have this opportunity to help the community recognize some of their goals and hopes as they were put down in the growth policy.
Yeah.
So again, thank you all for the opportunity, and thank you to the community for putting together this great document. It's one of the things that attracted me here to the position, and the ability to continue to implement it is one of the things that will keep me here for a while.
Yeah, like, I can't believe it was only 70 some or whatever slides. Considering we like, God, the hours we put into this thing.
It was longer. I had some people telling me that I needed to drop some
But
slides.
I think the thing that blows me away is like, the community rose to the occasion, right? And the commission said yes, but to like be met by the other branch of government, like to have somebody, like to have staff come in and say, oh yeah, like we can do this thing, this like really big thing. And not like just say, no, it's too much to the community, but say like, yeah, we're gonna try to do this. Like, that is, I don't know, it's like pretty remarkable. In Little Old Livingston, yeah. I'm just, thanks to all the people that work for you that.
I was gonna say, I thank the department
Yeah,
heads and
I mean,
all their teams, and Director Severson, that you've seen.
Oh my God, she's just,
Zoning and subdivisions are all over this thing, so
Yeah.
she's done some heroic lifting on behalf of the
Yeah.
community.
Yeah.
and like Commissioner Lyons said, I'm really looking forward to seeing like the rest of this year and how things come together, so it's just, I'm gonna stop rambling.
Thank you very much for your input. Moving on to city manager comments.
So
Do we,
I'm gonna say
Wait,
we promised the public the
Oh, we did.
opportunity to.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Make a comment if they wanted, so maybe we
Sure.
don't have to call a comment.
That's fine with me. Any public comment on the city manager's update on the growth policy implementation?
Absolutely. Do I have to sign in again?
No.
Okay, Becky Bird, 402 South 8th Street. First of all, I do want to say how impressive the document really is. It's obvious the time and energy that went into this, and for me, it's so comprehensive.
You can always add more, but I think what's in this document is pretty impressive, and
Mhm.
kudos to the staff for the hard work they've done. Kudos to the folks that got it started years ago, because we all know these things don't happen overnight. But it's a really, it's very impressive. On a practical note, for me, though I've read the master plan, this presentation made it, I could wrap my head around it in a way that I don't, for me, because I'm very visual. Just reading the text, got it, was nice, but this presentation tonight, I think, is very practical in terms of kind of getting it and seeing where it connects. So I hope more people will access the presentation and actually look at it, formatted in a much different way than like a novel. But that's all I really have to say. Tonight's presentation was very helpful, made a lot of sense, and I think also just the fact that the accomplishments have been noted, because we know these documents are developed to be living, breathing documents.
Right.
They're not meant to be developed and set on a shelf.
Yeah.
They're really our guide for moving forward. So good job. Thank you very much. And I really enjoyed the presentation.
Thanks, Becky. Any other public comment in the room? Before I moved online. Moving online, any public comment online on the growth policy update? Come off mute or raise your hands. All right, seeing none. One more time in the room.
Linda Moore, 113 South M Street. Yes, there was discussion and I'm not clear about this, but has the public been involved in the implementation of this? That's yes? Okay. Besides the staff and, yes, okay, so can you just explain that part? I mean, yes,
Yeah.
they were involved in developing the growth policy. The implementation of the growth policy.
Do you want me to?
Sure.
So do you mind if I summarize the timeline a little bit?
You predate me here, so.
So when
You're
the growth policy, a whole bunch of stuff happened right after it passed that like, we don't need to revisit. Super traumatic events for the whole town and local government also. But when Mr. Gager started, the commissioners made it clear that this was a high priority for us. So he put together a work plan. That was what he referenced earlier. And the work plan broke down the 4 priorities that he had in the very back of the presentation, which I'm sure is going to be in the minutes. There were these 4 big categories that he put things in based on the growth policy and the commission directing him. And then, do you remember how he started the presentation with like the goals? And it went all the way down to strategies. Each one of those strategies, most of those things came through commission documents, right? Things that wouldn't come through commission documents is like when he directs his staff to work with the Historic Preservation Office. We can say, hey, we want the historic preservation documents in front of us when we vote on land use, but we can't tell staff what to do. But we can tell Mr. Gager what we want, and then he can tell his staff, you need to like make a process so that when the commission votes or when the land use board votes, they have all these materials. Does that make sense? So like all those decisions are made at the commission level, which is a public process. A lot of those are broken down into longer processes, like the one that Commissioner Lyons mentioned, the zoning code update. It's a really long process. It's been going on for like over a year, I think. Yeah. And it'll go through the land use board at least a couple times, at least, I'm guessing.
It'll have its second meeting tomorrow night.
Before it even gets to us. So all decisions really that ever go in front of the commission are always a public process. And that the things that he named has been happening at meetings regularly for the last, since he started, 3 years. Yeah, so it's all public. And then the stuff that even happens in the executive branch alone, one of the things that Mr. Gager has done is moved a lot of those things into the public process. Like he's made them public a lot of stuff the executive branch does, like, isn't required by law to be public,
Mhm.
but he's moved a lot of the things into public places. And even like, you could see that like with the chief has done things, Chief Hart has done things in the public, like engaging with the community. When they don't have to do it, but they do it because it's the right thing to do, because it's local government. So, yes, like, the last 3 years have been implementing this. And like, does that make sense?
It does, it's like, it's still, some of this is still a blur to me. You
Right.
know, I mean.
Totally, because he just summarized like 3 years of work in like an hour.
Right.
Yeah.
So I just
Yeah.
have to ask that.
Like if
kinda
you picked,
clarifying.
if you picked an item that you're really interested in and you were to ask like, what was the process around this? I am like positive that Mr. Gager could tell you what the public process was. He'd probably know the code in his head and how many times by law you're supposed to do it, but he'd probably also remember what we did beyond that. But yes, I would say like, that's part of what's so great about Montana is that open meeting laws and like
Mhm.
why we're so hardcore about, we only go to things that are agendized to discuss because it has to be a public process. So yes.
Okay.
Do you feel like that was an accurate summary? I mean, is there anything I missed?
No, I think you really described it quite well. There have been a number of public processes that were embedded in that work that I just described, you know, and yeah, in Parks Master Plan. Started
One of them.
8 months ago, and we had another in-person meeting on August 12th, but, you know, just 2 months ago or so, and so, and we'll have future public meetings as it's adopted, so yes, there's a number of public processes that are embedded in this implementation plan.
But then there's things that they just do because the commission is like, we want more things transparent, right? So what does that mean, right? Like when we're asking for transparency, we're telling the manager, we want transparency. And then what they start, like, there's some things that don't have to be in the public because the law doesn't say they have to be public, but let's talk about things like maybe over in like the Green Acres, that whole conversation with Green Acres and Montague and like the Sleeping Giant community. They've added a lot more public meetings to that process to bring transparency to how the executive branch makes decisions, and they're making decisions with the community. And they're formalizing it, right, and making it obvious by like working with the HOA when the HOA was still there, or whatever community group is organizing, you know.
Mhm.
That's stuff that's happened in the last 3 years that may or may not have happened with previous administrators, because the commission can say, Mr. Gager, this is what we want. But we can't say what we want from staff. We can just say this is like big picture what we want, and then he has, you know, invites staff to do things, and then people just rise to the occasion and do it.
Yeah.
So-
I'm really behind on the curve.
That's okay.
You know, so.
That's
I'm
okay.
just have to ask, so I have a starting place of understanding.
No, it's a good question.
Yeah.
I think like
Thanks.
what I've seen from this commission is everybody takes it really seriously. That's like why you don't see us showing up to places unless it's been noticed, and because we take our decision making in public so seriously.
Mhm.
And we expect it from the executive branch too, which is what's happening. Like you heard him talking about implementing some of the things we want in practice that doesn't have to go through the commission, but they're adding it in on the executive branch so they can align with the community's vision. Not just off in their own world, but doing what the people want. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So yeah, I mean,
Thank you.
it's quite remarkable.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks for that clarification.
Yeah, if you come across something specific that you're curious about, I would invite you to like bring that to one of us. Or just, you know,
Separately.
no, but yeah, I mean, you can bring it in a meeting, or you can just ask Mr. Gager, send him an email and say, hey, what was the process for this like, if you're curious, because
Okay.
we're not keeping secrets, like. I think that's obvious.
Mhm. Okay. thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Hope that's helpful.
Yeah, it is. Thank you very much.
Thanks for asking.
Okay.
Sometimes you just overworked and underlocked. And I'm sure that's true with Mr. Gager. I would like to make a comment. Remarkable amount of work accomplished. I've been involved in this kind of scenario 3 times in my life. The second time was doing this in Eagle River, Alaska. And it depends on the philosophy of the city manager, and it depends on the philosophy of the commission. In Eagle River, we did it differently. Every step of the way, we were in the community, talking to the community for a year. It was a year of out in the community, getting information from the community. And we took Eagle River from strip zoning 8 miles along the Glen Highway to 3 communities, because that's what people wanted. They wanted Eagle River, then they wanted Chugiak, and then they wanted Peters Creek. And that is simply better urban planning than to have strip zone. I see a lot of things missed in terms of public input through this entire process. And I think that's why we arrived where we have today, in terms of the community feeling alienated from the commission and from the city manager in many ways. Because through it all, it wasn't taken back and back and back to the people. Yes, you could do it technically correctly, and technically you can do it legally, and technically you could be just fine. That's different from the human connection of the almost 8,000 people in this community. So I think as we proceed, go forward, a good lesson to consider is to change the philosophy even more, to become more and more engaged on everything out there in the community, not token engagement, real engagement with real people. But petition received tonight had almost every member of the Swindlehurst family that owns, that they gave Swindlehurst Island to the commission, almost everything, and the Miles family. This commission did not get the opportunity to talk with those people, and so they signed a petition. And that petition will be largely ignored, but it still shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. It should be gratefully received. So even though I can't believe you did what you did in the time, because I was there for the whole process, and I was there for the entire growth policy, and I was there till 9 o'clock at night with everybody else. I'm just saying, right now, this commission can learn a lesson. And it's going to be an important lesson to the future of Livingston, because in the future, are we going to be closer to each other? Or are we going to continue to move away from each other?
Thank you, Patricia.
You're welcome.
Wake up.
Any other public comment? All right, seeing none, public comment's closed. Huh?
Yes.
I went online.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We did.
No hands got raised. The city manager comments. Well, let's do that.
Let's do it.
See if we can get out of here before 10.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz and members of the commission. I do apologize for the 70 slide slideshow here this evening.
Well worth it.
Thank you, sir. But I do appreciate the opportunity to update the commission and the community on staff's progress in implementing this form document. And so thank you for your patience, and thank you for your continued hard work on behalf of the community.
Thank you. Mr. Gager, Mr. Willich, Commissioner Willich. Give the boy the respect he's due.
I believe the Livingstone that I presented on this year would at least take care of goal number 4 for sure.
For the
Probably health and wildlife or whatever.
natural resources.
Natural resources. No, great meeting. I don't have any weather related information. I'm sure Commissioner Lyons might. Although I did hear something of note. Since it is public health, the average American is fatter than the average American pig.
Oh,
That just happened this year, by the way. I yield, thank you.
wow.
Google it.
If it's online, it must be true. Is that what you're?
It's true. The average an average American.
Really did need
Is 28%.
but which is obvious.
Yeah.
And American pigs have been decreasing their body fat over the last 30 years due to wanting to eat healthier. So they're now like 15-16% body fat.
Wow.
I saw that today. Thought it was wild.
Okay.
Public should know. Thank you. I yield. My God.
Commissioner Lyons.
Given the hour, I'll thank everyone for a great meeting. I'll share September was 3 degrees above normal. And I appreciate seeing and hearing about progress on the growth policy. I will say, I think when Commissioner Schwartz, Commissioner Kale, and I were elected 4 years ago, it was pretty clear that there was a mandate from the community for implementation of the growth policy. And it is satisfying to see the amount of progress we and largely Mr. Gager and his staff have made in that implementation. So I think everybody can feel good about it, about our progress. And, you know, that's not to say that there's not a great deal more to do. But I really appreciate the earnest efforts from my fellow commissioners and Mr. Gager and his staff in pushing that from a vision document to actual policy. So thank you very much. I yield.
Thank you, Commissioner Lyons. Commissioner Kale.
At this late hour, I don't think I have much, other than to thank, Mr. Gager for that update. And I'm just really excited about the progress of implementation of the growth policy. I completely agree with, Commissioner Lyons. That was what we were put here to do, and I'm proud that we've been able to move that forward. So thank you. I'll yield.
Real. Well, mine is gonna be weather question time. Okay, so you said that you were the staff was gonna take down the pylons before snow. And I think they took them down and then it like snowed the next weekend. So maybe next time you can push it back a little bit first. It's my request. It's like snow can start a little bit later.
We took them down a few days early.
Yeah, and then it snowed early. So anyway, the question I'm gonna ask is, I know some things with funding have changed in streets. And there's been improvements since you've been here. And everybody's concerned about downtown and plowing. Do you have any updates for us on what we might expect this winter since snow? Who knows what's gonna happen before the next meeting? So I'm curious, like, what might residents expect with like snow removal and plowing now that the pylons are down and you brought the snow?
Yeah.
Because apparently you have that kind of control in the city hall building.
So we've started a weather department. No, but in all seriousness, we do have a new street superintendent, Patrick Stewart, who we all affectionately call Stu. And
Stewart?
yeah, he's not that.
He's not that
Captain
active.
Gay. He's not. Yes.
I know, there's gonna be so many
Do
good.
not have Captain Picard on
Yeah.
staff. I wish we did, but I think folks would be happy to know that the city can do more than just plow. We can fill potholes and we can partner with the railroad to do track improvements. And so I think the streets team is in great hands under Stu. And so I would actually look for some positive changes in how we plow, because Stu took over as super last March. And we were still getting a lot of snow.
Mhm.
And his, I believe that was his first winter here, with us. We got a lot of snow. And so Stu has seen the good, bad and the ugly. And I know at the end of the year, his team got together and discussed how they could plow better and plow more and plow differently. And so I think the community can look forward to a lot of plowing activity coming out of the streets department. But like I said, they do a heck of a lot more than
Right,
plow, and we
yeah.
as a city do a heck of a lot more than plow, as you heard tonight.
Yeah, and I think thank you for that. I think that's another one of those things that comes up a lot and folks might not realize how many improvements there've been in winter street care
Mhm.
over the last few years. And I know if you're not at these meetings all the time, you might not see it, but thank you for the update.
Yeah, happy to provide it.
Just stay ahead of the questions since that's
Mhm.
probably gonna be the next big topic will be snow removal. So thank you.
Yeah.
I yield.
Given this hour and, thank you to the public for your engagement this evening. With that, do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second,
I'll second that.
all in favor?
I.
Aye,
Aye.
thank you, I believe.
Yeah. 9:50. 9:50.
Bye.
Meeting-
This meeting is
Good night.
adjourned at 9:50.
Thank you.